her call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's at work to Safe Haven. Attack and 12, cycle check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2 1 Charlie, get shot as well.
Officer still stands for time? No. Offender in custody?
Uh, Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody, wherever you may be. It's so nice when I'm back at the studio and I hear the fullness of the saxophone, Rosie. I love it. It's so good when I'm in the studio. I'm in the studio for a day and a half, and then we're going to be going back out for Micah Miller. We're going to be back out at the protest Sunday morning, and then we're going to be exploring Lumber River State Park a little bit more with some special people. If you were with us the live on location before, hard as hell to get a connection for a cell phone out there. So it's probably just going to be a lot of footage that I'm going to have while we're out there, and I won't be able to take you live, unfortunately. I like to go out there live during those, but we'll be with a group, and so we'll have safety in numbers, even though we won't have a cell connection. We'll still have safety in numbers, and also I'll be able to show you guys once we come back from that. So that's the update coming up. I had to come back here for a little bit of business. One of those things I'm going to discuss here in the intro of the show. Just bring it up real quick. Very relaxed. Trust me, I'm very relaxed. I drove like 14 hours on 2 hours of sleep, and then I think I got about, I don't know, I got about 7 hours of sleep, which is pretty good. And then I had to get up and attend to some life admin, some business. So we had to do that, but I'm going to touch briefly on one of those things that I needed to do. It's unfortunate. It's sad considering everything that we've done for the families. The particular individual that the efforts were for, the community and such and so on. And you guys will know what I mean when I go talk about it. It was something that came across Monday morning. I was sitting there doing some work for the Micah Miller case, and all of a sudden I got a notification on my security system. And so I get them from time to time, and I'll always check them out. And I'm sitting there watching the mailman deliver and fill out a card for a certified letter, and I was like, what's this for? So I figured, when I got back into town last night, late last night, and I saw the little slip, so I went and picked that up this morning while I was out running all of my errands and doing my business stuff. And so when I got back home, I opened it up, and I was like, it's no surprise. It's no surprise, but at the same time, it kind of is. Because when you look at all of the shows that we've done, all of the effort that we've given, and where we're coming from, it's very sad when you get one of these letters, we had, based off of all of the toxicity and just everything surrounding it, just because we aren't on location, we're not local, we can't just walk outside our front door and aimlessly go look in circles for you know what I mean? It's something that we can't do. And so when certain things happen and it prevents us from being able to give our full efforts like we were, as much as we were, I should say, not the full efforts, but as much as we were, this is just, it's just more of it. You know what I'm saying? It's like I said, when it comes to the misinfo that was put out about any of it, whether it's from any of the family members or any of the public or whoever it may be. it's really everybody on this planet, and the stuff that we've shown to disprove this misinformation. The narrative is sad and it's unfortunate, but at the same time, I'm not surprised again, but I am. I'm not
Yeah.
surprised because I've been hearing everything that's been going on over the last few days about this person and that person getting something in the mail. And it's like, okay, I still didn't even think that this was for this case. You know what I'm saying? And so when I got it, I was just like, wow. You go just like all this other misinformation. You go back to any of our shows, any of our searches, there's been nothing of that. Even some of the things that were put out, there's been nothing of that. That's why the footage speaks for itself. So I wanted to share this with you guys real quick. I'm sure you've read it. I got mine Monday. Just picked it up today. And I'll go ahead and read it for you guys. And it's just, again, it's unfortunate, considering all of the efforts and everything that we've done for both sides. Because I've always said from the beginning, I'm not about one side or this side or that side or whatever. I'm about Sebastian. I'm about the truth. I'm about finding this poor child. And this is unfortunately this is part of what that is. So I wanted to put that up there real quick, and I do want to display this as well. So you can have both phone numbers. And I just want to remind everybody, remember, I still have this. I still have this. So remember, okay? Remember. It's important. So this is what I got. Oops, hold on. It says this is sad. It's very sad. I don't know why. You know what I'm saying? The only thing that I've ever said was, and tell me where I'm wrong. The only thing I've really discussed that would upset anybody is about somebody that's one of the lead people of the team and the misinformation they were putting out. That's it. Talk with grandma on text message and Amber Alert and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's it. But this says, notice to cease and desist. Please be advised that I represent Mr. Seth Rogers. Please let this letter serve as formal notice to cease and desist any and all activity of dissemination of information pertaining to Sebastian Rogers and or Seth Rogers, specifically any and all information surrounding the disappearance and efforts to locate Sebastian Rogers. My client has been informed that you are engaging in such behavior without his express written or oral consent. If you have obtained any documents, recordings, or other information pertaining to the disappearance and or efforts to locate Sebastian Rogers, you have obtained said information without consent of Seth Rogers. You do not have consent or authority from Seth Rogers to use his or Sebastian Rogers' name, likeness, or any information acquired by you or your guests. Please note that all activities regarding the dissemination of said information will be reported to the proper authorities if required by law. Excuse me. Continued activities, as previously stated, will result and Mr. Rogers exploring any and all legal remedies to which he is entitled. Sincerely, Tara H. Carter. So, as your wish, Mr. Rogers, Daddy Dearest, because that's what I'm going to be referring to you as, Daddy Dearest, because I didn't get this letter from anybody else. Okay? I didn't get it from anybody else. As your request, I will continue to work and give my efforts to the families out there that appreciate me. Your wish is my command. Because if you watch any of our shows, just like the case that I'm working on right now for Micah Miller, a lot of appreciation. The cases I've worked before, a lot of appreciation. Your wish is my command. Daddy Dearest. If you look at what we've done, have we done any shows? Look at 2 weeks, you guys. It's been 2 weeks. This was created May 29th, just a week ago. It's been 2 weeks since we even talked about the topic. Another week before that, when we even talked about the topic before that. And then you look at all the other. You see all the searches. You see the link dropping in the show for all. Count up the hours. Count up the hours. Count up the days that I literally had 2 hours of sleep. Drove 3 hours each way to do everything I could to search. Your wish is my command. Very sad.
I'm sorry, CJ. It really is so sad.
It is what it is. It's like I always tell people, know your worth. Know your worth. In any situation in life. Whether it's a family that you do efforts for, whether it's a girlfriend, whether it's a wife, whether it's work, whether it's school, whether it's your friends, whether it's your best friend, whether it's your family. It applies to everything in life. Know your worth. Don't offer time to people that don't want it. It's that simple. There's nothing to be sorry about. Not for us. Our tape speaks for itself. And there's plenty of it. There's plenty of it. That's why know your worth. Hey, it is what it is. In fact, it was already to the point where that's why I was putting out videos the last couple times we were talking about it, saying, what updates has there been? You guys, you have people out there. You even have people making videos showing the people that are out there walking in circles. We've been saying it for weeks. What's the direction? There's nothing else to be discussed other than this mud and this mud and this mud and this mud. That's why I quit going around certain communities, because that's all it is anymore, is just mud, 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 mud. You know, you have other people getting upset, trying to deflect blame on me or the community or whatever. And it's like, y'all were getting shit talked way long before we came around. You know what I'm saying? Like, People are trying. It's so bad out there that people are trying to deflect the bullshit that they continue to entertain, the blame back on somebody else, so that everybody looks like the good guy when they're throwing mud. Everybody looks like the good guy. Go look at it. Everybody is throwing mud, deflection, and then it's so they can look like the good guy. That's all it is. We've already had conversations about this over a month ago.
Yeah, I guess everyone's interested in just how they're perceived and just how they appear. And
the money, the numbers. You have content creators out there going, hey, I'm going to be talking about this case. I'm sorry. I know it doesn't get the numbers, and they're saying it on a video about, little man, on a video about, they already know, hey, if I talk about somebody else, I'm not going to get the numbers. That's why. That's why the people are, throwing this and throwing that, because the numbers rack up and the super chats come in and the membership gifting and all this other shit. You know what I mean? If we were about that, like others claim, don't you think we'd be talking about it every show? No. I'm talking about it right now because of this letter. Saying your wish is my command. I need to address it. You know what I mean? You're fine. That's why I said, people, know your worth. There's no reason to give time and effort to people that don't want it or don't deserve it. Because there's plenty. That's why a diamond is worth something special. Because there's so many sand pebbles out there. And that other rock, that's a diamond. That baby's beautiful. You know why? Because it's rare. And when you go out to these every other community, and they have nothing but support, appreciation, effort in return because they recognize your effort. It's a beautiful thing. And that's why there's diamonds out there, people. That's why I say know your worth. Give your energy and effort to people that not only want it, but also deserve it. Because there's plenty of people out there that want your attention that don't deserve it, because they come about it in a different way. If you come about life in 150% approach and give everybody 150%, that makes the other person that is about the same shit, makes them want to do the same for you. And that's how it is. And that's how it should work. That's how you know your worth. Because if you give 150% to somebody and they can't give you 100 in return, you know what the fuck your worth is. Real quick. And that's what I'm about. I'm not about wasting time. I'm not here that long. There's not that much time to waste. In fact, that's why I work so damn hard, is because I know that there's not that much time on this planet for me. So I want to cut the bullshit out, and that's everything in life. Give it 150%. If it doesn't give you 100 in return, fuck it, move on. Because there's always something, someone, somewhere that is going to give you that 100, 125, 150, maybe even 175, y'all. There's always something, someone, somewhere out to give that to you in return. Fuck those who don't even want to give you 100 back. That's why so many people want to talk shit, because I see that less than 100 coming in my show sometimes. I just get rid of your shit. Oh my God, he just blocks people for... No, it's because I already know your fucking shit. I love our community. And that's why I say, I appreciate... You saw the love before, and you're seeing the love since. That community. You know the difference. Ain't my fault. That's what Master P said. It ain't my fault. I didn't do that. They did. What's up, Mythical? Ticket one. Bev, I'm just going to chill and hang out and call some tickets out. And we got some good stuff for you for this Micah Miller stuff. There's stuff I haven't uploaded yet. I do apologize. I had to do this trip last minute. I was going to be leaving later. Then I had a conflict because I do need to go back and be there Sunday morning for the protest and do other stuff Sunday. So it was a lot of trying to figure out logistics and how I'm going to make all this work and also be safe. And so that's why I wasn't able to upload those, but I will be doing those soon. There's some crazy stuff. Listen, I don't have the time to make the short little highlights and things like that, and I do apologize. Really, I'm running and it's nonstop. But you know, if you do watch the lives, and like when we were watching that live and after the press conference Sunday or Wednesday at the courthouse for Micah, we had some really crazy conversations. Not only with Tom, right? Not only with Tom, but some other individuals as well. You know, I showed you guys on the live at the location. We went back to the vehicle. I popped it up and played it for you guys. I'm going to play that for you guys again. I know other people, shout out JLR. He's making videos talking about the things that we had on the live and that I'm gonna show you guys again because I recorded it separately as well. When it comes to these fires, and this stuff is crazy, so we're gonna get more into that too. And I'm gonna show you guys some GoPro. Rosie, I apologize for it being a week later. I want to get into that 911 call video that you put out. Thank you so much for all the work that you do too. For Micah and the communities out there. You're not even from the country, and you're putting efforts towards communities that you don't even, it's not even the same country. So thank you. I appreciate your efforts for that. Just go ahead. I want to say what's up to everybody. I know it was a little bit of an intro, but it's something that I needed to say, and people need to understand where I'm coming from, because I'm not going to answer the questions anymore. You know, I'm not.
No, it's important.
So that's it.
I think it was important.
What's up, Gina? Gina. And good morning, hide and seek. Nope, I'm not watching Karen Reed trial criminal. Jennifer, I want to say contribution call out. Hold on 1 second. Thank you so much for the $2 super sticker. I hope YouTube will let me scroll up and see it. It does. It's the prickly pear that does that little fancy turnaround and says, "Hey, you." Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I love the cartoons in chat. I wish StreamYard would show those. Unfortunately, they don't. And we have our own prickly pear, but it's a hot dog steak over here. And he says, "Hey, you," to you too. You misinfo sheep. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Used to work at Dunkin' Donuts. Donuts sound good. What's up, baby girl Ocean? Diana, Bev, Katrina. Hope you all are too. I'm so lost. Like, yeah, I'm just tired. I'm still kind of
the drive.
Recouping. It's a long drive, you know. It was a straight drive, no breaks, nothing. Straight drive.
14, no breaks.
14 hours or something. 2 hours of sleep, and I wanted to get more sleep, but it's like, you know what? If I leave later, then the traffic just gets worse, and then the trip gets longer, and it's like I gotta go.
Brave it. Yeah.
A lot of coffee. A lot of coffee. A lot of coffee. And thank you, like, to the angel. I need to put this to you, because, like, I just want to say thank you to everybody, because it is a team effort. I couldn't even with the community, the people hanging out in chat, I couldn't even do these. I couldn't even go help these communities or families without the support and contributions from you guys. So really, like, it's a team effort. It always has been a team effort and always will be a team effort. And that's why I say if there's something negative that happens to me, it happens to us. Like this.
Yeah.
You know? It happens to us because we do this together.
Yeah, we all feel it.
I know. Yeah, you all, like I said, the tape. I've always said the tape don't lie. Check the tape. If you have, check the tape. You know, check the tape. It is. But we're going to be doing great things. Shout out JLR. We're going to be doing great things for Micah Miller in the community down there. You guys see, you know, when we've been on location and in some of the videos, I haven't even uploaded a lot of the videos from the first protest. You know, there's so much footage, but you hear the passion and the emotion and the pain and the care and concern too. It's a huge thing. It's a huge thing. Sam, CJ, hey, I tell my kids the same. I was told growing up, treat people how you want to be treated. And if you don't have nothing nice to say, don't say nothing. Exactly. Exactly. What's up, Nina? Shout out Nina out there making her rounds out true crime community. Shout out to you. That's all I can do. That's why I can sit here and say, your wish is my command and not have a regret because I really did give 150. Because it's always about, I don't want to lay on my deathbed at any moment and sit, if I have that opportunity, because some of us don't. I don't want to have a situation where I lay on my deathbed and I'm like, I wish I coulda, shoulda, woulda done more, whatever. I don't. I want to live, and I know it's almost impossible, but I've always come with the approach. I don't want to live a life where I have a regret. I want to give everything that I got to everything because I don't want to sit there and go, man, I wish I would have did this, and then that haunts my soul. I don't want to haunt my own soul. I want to give everything that I got, no matter where it's at. Yeah. Golden, that's for sure. What's up, Clue? Golden. You know, when I got this is what was funny when I got it, I was like, damn, that's some nice paper. I was like, damn, that's some nice paper. It's almost like what the Constitution is written on, really. I don't know how. Oh, damn, it's watermarked.
Really?
Hold on. I just noticed this. 15%, 25% cotton fiber. Southworth. Oh, it sounds bougie, right?
It does.
Right.
It does. Like parchment or something.
Southworth, 25% cotton fibers. Right? A little bougie. I mean, it is nice paper. Because you know, I'm used to writing on like notepads, and you know, I got like this piece of shit notepad, and I touched some paper like this, and I was like, damn, that feels good. Yeah.
At least, you know, just the paper.
That's the highlight. That was the highlight of this letter. Because everything else was like, man, you know, everything that I've done, you know, like I wasn't even able to link up with Julia. I was texting Julia, and I was gonna try and, because you know, I know she wants to get together, and I was gonna try and link up with her in between going back to Myrtle. I was gonna try and listen, y'all. I was gonna try and fit a little bit of, you know, effort in between, even, you guys. Like I was gonna drive the 6 hours, go help in between trying to do all this stuff and be back at the protest in Myrtle for Sunday. Okay. Because I really thought this was from somebody else. I'm just saying. And so when I got this one, I was like, man, because I've been talking to Julia, she's, where there's no direction. You know what I mean? And I'm like, damn, I want to help. Julia knows she was around the show before she was even out there. And she was part of seeing us out there searching and seeing the effort that I was given and everything. And I know that it's just sad. I opened up the letter and I'm just like, damn, man, all of this flashed before, the day I found this, like all this stuff just went through my memory and I'm just like, damn. Like, damn. But the paper was nice, so that's why I was like, well, the paper's nice. You always got to find a positive out of a negative situation. So the paper's nice. Paper's nice.
How's the paper going for it?
Are they only being sent? I don't know, Clue. I have no idea, because honestly, if you go to any of my shows, I don't stick up for either one. You know what I mean? There's a lot of shows that will stick out for one side or the other. I don't. Like I don't. And I don't have the time. I don't have the time to sit there and like talk about all this other shit. I just don't. So I don't have a lot of shows where, like, the shows that I'm talking about are the updates, the shows where, hell, there's interviews that have taken place in the last couple weeks since we've done a show. There's interviews with team members and all this other stuff that I haven't even talked about. Like, there's so many things that I haven't even discussed of interviews and things that have taken place. And it's like, well, like, what?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what? I don't know. Been around in person? Maybe. Clue. Hey, I had to attend to some other business here too. And so I had to get this as well. And I'm, like I said, so who knows? I know JLR's out in Myrtle right now doing some stuff. So, maybe that's why I got this Monday. Because when I was watching my security feed, I was like, oh, okay, he's filling out a card. I could see him filling out the card and everything. Zoomed in on it and saw him filling it out. And I couldn't read who it was from, though. So I couldn't tell who it was from, but I knew it was certified. So I was like, well, we better go pick that up this morning and let's see what the name is on it. And that's what it is. Hey, it just sucks, for me being in this position. It's just, all I can say is your wish is my command,
Yeah.
And we're just going to continue to give our efforts to Micah Miller's family right now. Shout out to them. I appreciate their comfort and their trust and also their effort. I can't wait until we go do some more work on Sunday after the protest. And I do, when I was at the first protest, I got one of these. I did ask them if I could have an extra one to give away to anybody in the community. And so I do have this one right here, and literally all I have to do is put this thing in an envelope, slap one stamp on the envelope, and boom. So at some point today, during the show either today. I'm not sure if I'm going to do like a extended show today, or if I'm going to come back on tonight and do another show tonight. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I think I'm just going to do an extended show today. So I do one of these. I told you guys the next time I'm live behind a desk, whether it's on the road or in the studio, I am going to give this away. So we will do that, and I will get that sent out in the mail tomorrow. Let me see if let me see. Same day it was mailed out. Huh. Yeah. I don't know. I just don't pay attention to it too much anymore, really. Over a month ago when I had a talk with the Angels, and I was like, look, there's no direction. There hasn't been a direction since the first day he went missing. What updates have there been other than this person changing from this team and that? What updates have there been? So I put out a couple short videos a few weeks ago explaining where I'm coming from, explaining where we're coming from, and really that's just what we've kind of been about really since then. There's a lot of different things going on, but it's still the same thing. If you go to my videos a few weeks ago, what new direction, what new update when it comes to the search area, how many times it's been searched, where some, if you before you go to the United States, go to certain other areas, you know what I mean? It doesn't even have to be, it could be locals from this point to that point. I mean, because really, you gotta, before you go to the United States, you gotta go somewhere smaller than the United States. I mean, even if it's just, it's another fucking road in another direction, who knows? It's before the United States, but at this point, it is the United States. It was the United States when the dog hit wasn't a dog hit for Sebastian all the way back when we were looking for Riley Strain. Because the last day that we were there for Riley Strain, that's when we heard about the dog hit. I think we were searching the riverbank area for Riley Strain, me and Najee. And I think that was the same day that we actually also heard about the dog hit for Sebastian. And that's when the community's like, you need to go up there, like, okay, I'm going. And yeah, we went there the next day, started to look for Sebastian. But yeah, ever since that dog hit was not connected, what update? There's nothing. And so
Nothing.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but yeah, I just I don't know, I just haven't even really been paying attention to any of the dumb shit that's been going on out there, because there just hasn't been any updates, and I'm really I've been focused on the other communities, and like I've told other people, not that we're not done talking about it. It's hey, what updates have there been? And that's where we're coming from. And now with this, we're done talking about it. It's just I don't know. I just wanted to express everybody how sad I am and how disappointed I am that everything that we've done and given, this is what it's come down to. So it's really sad.
It's really upsetting. I mean, yeah.
So, all right. So let's get into this Micah Miller case. I'm going to share this real quick because this is the when we were out on location, this is the thing that I was showing you guys, the laminated copy of the Micah Miller flyer there. So if you do want to get, this is the lead person for the protest right here. This is the person that sets it up, organizes it, basically it runs it out there. You see her. She's the one, if you've been out on our shows where we're out on location, she's the one holding the big sign with all of the people, including one of the people that we're going to get into today, you know, the daddy pastor. She's the one that's holding the sign that has those individuals that are part or were part, because one of them, they still are part of that church. She's the one holding that big sign showing all of the legality trouble when it comes to those individuals. Okay. So, and one of them is the lady that was recording us because we were recording them. So if you guys remember, during that protest, there was a lady, and I have a GoPro video of it, and I'll show you guys at some point here in a little bit. The lady, the lady that controls the money, and also is a pastor sometimes there that does work for the church, associate pastor, I believe. She came out there and was she was the one when she arrived at the church that day. She was the one that was mocking everybody and laughing at everybody. So when you were there with us at the press conference and you heard the stories of some of the protesters saying we weren't mocking, and I'll show you guys the video of that. We weren't mocking anybody. We weren't talking down to everybody. We were just saying justice for Micah. And they were literally laughing and mocking us and making fun of us. And you can hear me on that going, oh my guys, like, guys, this is crazy. I can't believe that they're doing this. And they're, you know, it's like, why would they even act this way? I don't understand. That is one of the ladies that came back out there, was mocking us and then mocking me because I'm recording the protest. So she wanted to record us because I was recording it. So very interesting individuals, very interesting connections. Now, one thing I didn't realize, that when everything came down, okay, with the church, I thought it was a gradual thing. Okay, it went from 700 people to 50. I thought gradually. No, I didn't realize until I was there at the press conference and I was talking to everybody afterwards. I didn't realize that it literally went from 700 to 50 like that.
It's really powerful.
Oh, why? This brings up a question that I have now. Why would these people, like the guy in the orange pastel shirt that came out there and talked to everybody, why would these people be going, listen, I don't know, I just I need to know more of the story. Oh, there's proof of this? Oh, okay, no, I haven't read that yet. To me, that's plausible deniability at this point. Now, when I was there, not knowing, because I thought it was a gradual decline, when I was there, not knowing at the protest, I'm sitting there going, oh, okay, maybe he's, you know. But then when I hear this at the press conference, I'm going, wait a minute, why is this guy acting this way that he did on Sunday when I thought he was, 25% really kind of confused about, what. But no, after I hear this, I'm like, it's plausible deniability. Your wife ain't going there. You won't have your daughter go there with you anymore, but you're still going. Why you still going, bro? When your wife and your daughter ain't going no more, bro, that sounds like, listen, happy life, happy wife, happy life, yo. Okay? Yo, if your wife and your daughter, not that they're not practicing the religion anymore, let's not get it twisted. Not that they're not practicing it, they just ain't going to that building to go, right? Yo, what dude, are you sleeping on the couch when you come home?
Maybe.
Bro. Yo. You got to be sleeping on the couch when you come home. Cuz if you're what's your connection? What's your pull? Why you got a chain on you,
Yeah.
bro?
Yeah.
Now I'm wondering
And
that.
you can't say you don't know. I mean,
It's brainwashed, maybe. Yeah, but no, it's got to. It can't be brainwashed. It can't be. Maybe a small percentage. But man, it's got to be.
it's loyalty.
There's something there, dude. They know. Okay. You know how like the Church of Scientology. You've always heard. People that have left. You've always heard the stories about how they get to know the dirty details of your past, and they hold that again. That it makes me wonder, what the fuck? What is associated with your freaking name that people are holding again? What is
think it's
associated with your name?
like a blackmail kind of thing, not just
Yeah.
blackmail.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like almost maybe were you a part of it? Did you partake in some of those extracurricular activities, my friend? I don't know. Maybe you knew something about something on a piece of paper. Like there's something. There's something. There's something. When I was there not knowing, Gina says 799 to 50, then last week about 30. With the purple G. That's awesome. So I didn't know that. I thought it was like 799 to 500 to, just every few days it would go a little bit less, there's 2 services on. Let me know. I think 2 services on Sunday, a service on Wednesday. They probably had other services for different things, maybe Fridays or something. I don't know. But at least 3. So I would think like every service there would be I thought a slight decline as more people, I did not know. So in my mind, seeing orange pastel shirt guy, I was like, well, maybe he just, send him the. No, when it goes from 799 to 50, then 30, it's called there's a fucking chain around your neck, bro. What is that chain link made out of? Something. Either it has to do with this or it has to do with this. Either said, or it has to do with the paper. It's one of those 3. What else? If your wife and daughter, yo, I can imagine the conversation at the dinner table Sunday night after both services. No? Oh, I can imagine. I could see the wife being so mad, like, just not even talking to him. Like he's just sitting there. The dinner table, you just hear the clang of silverware against the china as they're eating their meal, and that's all you hear, the echo of the silverware hitting the china echoing in the kitchen or something, and then all of a sudden it's like, all right, well, I guess I'm gonna head to bed. All right. And then like, what kind of conversation? Come on. This is it's crazy. Think about it, you guys. It's one of those 3 things. When your wife ain't going and she's going somewhere else,
Yeah.
and you're still there, your wife has woke up, bro. Your wife is a female. She probably maybe even experienced some of the things, or maybe even your daughter, maybe even experienced some of the things that these other people are talking about. And that's why they said, bloop. And then you're still going? Oh, that's a different kind of conversation at the dinner table. What is the chain made out of around your neck that has you leashed to that freaking building, bro? Something. There's something. There's something. There's something. All right, we're gonna check out some different stuff. Hold on one second. I wanted to play this video real quick from that conversation. I was talking to you, JLR. Shout out JLR. Did a video. He's starting to get into the fires and stuff. I'm gonna play the video that I took of when we were live on location about the lady. Now, what she did is she went to the Facebook group page and just typed in, and I want to be specific, so I'll go to the video, and that's, I'll let you know what it says specifically, but it's something to the effect of, I think she was lured there. Okay. And this group that is for another case for the same county commented on her message. It was just her message in a comment from that Facebook group for another case from the same county. Crazy, crazy stuff. Shout out JLR for doing a video about that. We'll check out a little bit about that.
I think 1971 was that case, right?
Yeah, there was. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, it says specifically when we play it, I'll play it a couple times for you. That way, if you got, and I'll mute the music. If you guys miss it, I'll play it a few times. I might even play it 3 times just so you guys can get the clarity of it. But it's very important because this is some crazy stuff, and this stuff's going to start coming out. I know all of us. I know the community out there. I know the families. I know all of us who are out there doing this. I know all of us doing it together because it really is. It's become a team effort already. There's going to be Crystal Soak the Shocker. There's gonna be some crazy stuff coming out. So we'll get to that in a second. Let me see here. Let's get to that video. I want to show you guys this. So if you weren't there with us, this is a clip. We'll be going through a lot of clips too. I do want to get to that 911 call soon, though, because I do want to talk more about that. I also want to talk about the location that me and Tom were talking about when we were there at the press conference when it comes to the location stuff. Okay, so this is, let me see here, right here, this video. Okay, so it says this person just typed on the Facebook group for Micah, I think she was lured there. We're going to go into that with my GoPro footage here in a minute. I think she was lured there. This Facebook group, Prayers and Justice for Johanna, which is a local case there, commented this stuff on this lady's comment. And that was all that was written, posted at this moment. I don't know if anything since then, because when she was talking to JLR, she could only get to a certain portion. And I stuck around and I was talking to everybody afterwards. And that's when she realized, oh gosh, I can actually read the whole thing. And I was like, well, hey, let me get a screen recording of that. Okay, no problem. So this is the screen recording of the full message. The other one was cut off. This is the full one, you guys. And I'll play it a few times. Let me mute the music. And let me try and get this as full screen as possible here. Give me 1 second. Let's see here. Is that going to work? Okay, that's as full screen as possible. Let me get rid of. Let's see. We'll just go to the main one right there. All right, we're going to check this out here.
Yes, our
Erica,
family.
go ahead.
Yes, our family is from Florence, South Carolina, where the Millers started their churches. Ironically, our estate cases involving missing millions got moved to the same probate court Micah's estate is in now.
So these people know
This
them.
is back from
Send that to
1971.
my
I
phone
will.
email. You got my number?
Yeah.
Okay.
We had friends who lost money to the Miller family, allegedly almost $700,000.
Yeah, people need to see that.
When the Millers
'Cause
would-
I believe, Micah is
Yes.
not here because she was getting ready to
These
expose the
people,
church.
it might be the Millers on this too, though, because it goes on to say we had, when we started, all right, when the Millers would go to sell a church in Florence, it would suspiciously just burn down. We have so many stories we
I
could
got
share.
that. I posted that on my
I did
TikTok.
too.
I posted the whole video about that.
When we started exposing fraudulent asset transfers in my family's case, my wife was stalked, harassed, threatened, tires slashed, home broken into, computer devices hacked,
Yeah, same thing you
followed
did to Micah.
everywhere,
Yeah.
and the list goes on and on.
But
The
there was two
corruption
churches that-
runs
there are
deep.
two churches
there's
burned
two
down.
churches.
Yeah.
The Bible College and the church,
Yeah,
the first
yeah.
church. Yep.
And he
Yes.
probably lit them on fire.
Oh, he did, because
for
they were
insurance
suspiciously.
purposes. Yeah, because the buildings were run down.
And he was paying.
The church that he sold,
he's paying
JP,
the officials.
the church he sold, that old chapel. I
Right.
mean, it needed thousands of dollars worth of work.
Right. We have sent tips into both tip lines and haven't gotten a response. The attorney who facilitated these people here, what we believe to be fraudulent asset transfers, also showed up and unalive in 2023 with the lawyer.
Listen, if Mike
After also ironically calling 911 to say he was about to take his life. But lots of people have questions. Again, they're just an hour from Myrtle Beach.
you go to Lumberton, you bring some spray bug stuff.
Yeah, I heard you
and
say
wear
that yesterday.
and wear heavy clothing because I
We have all
it to me.
It says, yes, our
Erica,
family.
go ahead.
Yes, our family is from Florence, South Carolina, where the Millers started their churches. Ironically, our estate cases involving missing millions got moved to the same probate court Micah's estate is in now.
So these people know
This
them.
is back from
Send that to my
1971.
my
I
phone
will.
email. You got my number?
Yeah.
Okay.
We had friends who lost money to the Miller family, allegedly almost $700,000.
Yeah, people need to see that.
When the Millers
'Cause
would-
I believe, Micah is
Yes.
not here because she was getting ready to
These
expose the
people,
church.
it might be the Millers on this too, though, because it goes on to say we had, when we started, all right, when the Millers would go to sell a church in Florence, it would suspiciously just burn down. We have so many stories we could share.
I posted that on my
I did
TikTok.
too.
I posted the whole video about that.
When we started exposing fraudulent asset transfers in my family's case, my wife was stalked, harassed, threatened, tires slashed, home broken into, computer devices hacked,
Yeah, same thing you
followed
did to Micah.
everywhere,
Yeah.
and the list goes on and on.
But
The
there was two
corruption
churches that-
runs
there are
deep.
two churches
there's
burned
two
down.
churches.
Yeah.
The Bible College and the church,
Yeah,
the first
yeah.
church. Yep.
And he
Yes.
probably lit them on fire.
Oh, he did, because
for
they were
insurance
suspiciously.
purposes. Yeah, because the buildings were run down.
And he was paying.
The church that he sold,
he's paying
JP,
the officials.
the church he sold, that old chapel. I
Right.
mean, it needed thousands of dollars worth of work.
Right. We have sent tips into both tip lines and haven't gotten a response. The attorney who facilitated these people here, what we believe to be fraudulent asset transfers, also showed up and unalive in 2023 with the lawyer.
Listen, if Mike
After also ironically calling 911 to say he was about to take his life. But lots of people have questions. Again, they're just an hour from Myrtle Beach.
you go to Lumberton, you bring some spray bug stuff.
Yeah, I heard
and
you say
wear
that yesterday.
and wear heavy clothing because
We have all
All right, I'm going to play it one more time. Again, this is from the live on location, the court hearing, family press conference, updates, and more. You'll definitely want to check it out. We're going to be going into more stuff. I'm going to be showing you how the location doesn't make sense, how the story doesn't make sense. That's why we're going back to Lumber River State Park coming up. And we're going to be doing more stuff that's coming soon. One more time, I'm going to play it for you guys.
to me.
It says, yes, our
Erica,
family.
go ahead.
Yes, our family is from Florence, South Carolina, where the Millers started their churches. Ironically, our estate cases involving missing millions got moved to the same probate court Micah's estate is in now.
So these people know
This
them.
is back from
Send that to my
1971.
my
I
phone
will.
email. You got my number?
Yeah.
Okay.
We had friends who lost money to the Miller family, allegedly almost $700,000.
Yeah, people need to see that.
When the Millers
'Cause
would-
I believe, Micah is
Yes.
not here because she was getting ready to
These
expose the
people,
church.
it might be the Millers on this too, though, because it goes on to say when we started, all right, when the Millers would go to sell a church in Florence, it would suspiciously just burn down. We have so many stories we could share.
I posted that on my
I did
TikTok.
too.
I posted the whole video about that.
When we started exposing fraudulent asset transfers in my family's case, my wife was stalked, harassed, threatened, tires slashed, home broken into, computer devices hacked,
Yeah, same thing you
followed
did to Micah.
everywhere,
Yeah.
and the list goes on and on.
But
the
there was two
corruption
churches that-
runs
there are
deep.
two churches
there's
burned
two
down.
churches.
Yeah.
The Bible College and the church,
Yeah,
the first
yeah.
church. Yep.
And he probably lit them on fire.
Oh, he did, because
for
they were
insurance
suspiciously.
purposes. Yeah, because the buildings were run down.
And he was paying.
The church that he sold,
he's paying
JP,
the officials.
the church he sold, that old chapel. I
Right.
mean, it needed thousands of dollars worth of work.
Right. We have sent tips into both tip lines and haven't gotten a response. The attorney who facilitated these people here, what we believe to be fraudulent asset transfers, also showed up and unalive in 2023 with the lawyer.
Listen, if Mike
After also ironically calling 911 to say he was about to take his life. But lots of people have questions. Again, they're just an hour from Myrtle Beach.
If you go to Lumberton, you bring some spray bug stuff.
Yeah, I heard you
and
say
wear
that yesterday.
and wear heavy clothing because I was
All right. This is another one. This is from another conversation. Tom, gentleman right there, connected with Micah family wise. He wanted me to record this conversation with his brother. I recorded the conversation, and then he also wanted me to send it to him, so I sent it to him as well. He is on TikTok. We are going to be checking out his TikTok as well. And he's more than welcome if he is watching. I did reach out to you too. You're more than welcome to call or hop on at any moment. Would love to have you. This is a conversation he wanted recorded with his brother because he wanted people to understand.
He was lured there.
Okay.
But listen, I want you to do me a favor.
At first she was starting to tell me, and then he got the call. So this is what, like I said, this is what she had posted, and this was the response.
I believe she was lured there.
So that's what she had posted in the Facebook group message. I believe she was lured there. And then everything that you heard, that we just heard a second ago, that's what was in response to that from that Johanna Facebook group.
Okay.
But listen, I want you to do me a favor.
And that's it.
Do you see
I'm
the
gonna put
three
you on.
comments?
Yeah, two
It's
days.
theirs and
I
mine
just
back
want
to
you
them,
to
thanking them.
That's it?
Your
Yes.
experience about what
That's
you know
what I
about
didn't
John Paul
understand.
Miller. Okay, I'm gonna
And
put
then
you on
I
speaker.
posted it even
Y'all might
on.
want to listen to this case.
You ready? And my brother hasn't even met. You didn't meet him personally.
So he wanted me to record this, and this is his brother and him talking. They were part of that church. They are part of Micah's family. Just listen to this, you guys.
All right. Well, I want you to share with these supporters what we were dealing with back when that all happened. Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
And by the way, it's not a lollipop. It's when you remember when I had to make my own custom mic poofy thing to block the wind. That's what I had to do. So, hey, it works, right?
Wayne, say hi to Wayne.
Hi, Wayne.
Just give us your description of John Paul Miller and what you've experienced in your little bit of action with him.
Well, I only spoke to him a few times during certain circumstances where he was involved in causing separation and heartache in a family, and something that did not seem right about him.
And just so you know, Wayne, just so you know, we are recording this, so keep it respectful.
Yeah. Well,
I don't care if you do.
I don't care either, but
All right, well, go ahead and say
We're
it.
We're
Tell
good.
it. Tell it like you want to tell it. Then.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's pretty simple. when you speak to somebody and you know that something isn't right, your spirit tells you.
That's
and
right.
I knew the first time I spoke to him, something wasn't quite right about him.
And you had interaction with him on some emails.
Yeah, and he didn't seem like a pastor. He seemed like somebody very vindictive.
Well, what was going on back then that I needed to speak to you about that? What remember he wanted me to apologize?
I'm trying to remember now.
Remember the email about me having an issue with him at church, and we were discussing it, and you were trying to help me to think of something maybe to respond, the wording on the email that he sent because he called so late at night and stuff, and you were helping me probably send him an email.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time recalling that. I mean, I know it was about you and your wife working there and her being manipulated.
Yeah, like not getting compensated for pay and basically burning up her whole day and causing friction in my marriage.
And him causing separation, saying that she needs to do this and whatever. But yeah, it's kind of hard for me to remember now because I'm not there. So, but it was not good.
And your feelings about when I had my Widowmaker, he didn't even bother calling, right?
No. No, it didn't seem like he cared too much about you as long as you were doing what he wanted you to do, and your wife was doing what he wanted her to do. And I just got bad vibes from him. I really felt like he was manipulating Tammy and causing separation in your marriage for selfish gain.
Yeah. And my relationship with the church was what, basically. Well, I mean, what was I doing? I mean, I did a lot of work there. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah, you did a lot of work, and you were doing things for the church, and you were trying to make your marriage a happy place by attending church and having God in your life, and it just didn't seem like that was his intentions.
Right.
It wasn't. I don't know. It's hard for me to remember now, Tom. I'm glad I don't live down there and never attended that church.
Well, I just remember you calling me, telling me that you were sending emails out to him because of what was going on in the church, and I was sharing it with you, and I was asking your advice of what I should do or how I should respond because I cared about the church, and I didn't really want to tell him to F off, but and you were trying to help me with that letter, remember?
You were proud of what you did for that church, and you were being a humble servant to the church and God, and he seemed to take quite a bit of advantage of that, is what I remember.
Yeah, I quit my job basically and spent a year remodeling that place.
Oh,
Yeah.
I saw that on a video yesterday. You sure did.
Yeah.
Really?
And he never gave him a dime.
What?
Yep.
Well, I got a box.
He owes
I
him
got a
what,
box of coffee.
$245,000.
Aw.
$245,000.
It's so
No,
generous.
and I wasn't looking for compensation on that. I
let's
mean,
just put it
but
this
he
way.
broke the promise, so now I'm like,
hard for-
okay, well, if
You're flying around in a plane and you're not
Yeah.
producing
Any
any services, then
Yeah.
pay up,
Yeah,
Buttercup.
$245,000.
I
All right, but listen,
remember-
my brother Wayne, he's not a pastor, but he knows the Bible. And would you just could you just do a prayer for Micah over the phone for us? And
absolutely.
and all the
Absolutely.
Justice for Micah supporters, and because I may post this, so I'd appreciate it if you'd do like a little prayer over Micah at the courthouse here.
All right. Heavenly Father, I thank and praise you for the amount of people in the turnout today for Micah, the people that know and understand something isn't quite right about this. Lord, I ask for your blessings right now over this entire situation, and that you would bring the truth to light, that people that are accountable need to be held just that, accountable for what they have done to this young lady. Lord, I pray right now that you put your spirit and power into that church and convict anybody of wrongdoing and bring down that pastor if he is doing evil things and separating people from you. Lord, I thank and praise you right now that everybody that knows this man knows something isn't right. This just doesn't happen to a young girl. You know how he got that girl, Lord. You know what he's been doing in that church. You know the people he's been manipulating, and he's been using it for selfish gain. Lord, I thank you right now that people are standing up for Micah, and that things are going to go forward and the truth will be seen. I just thank and praise you for that, Lord, in Jesus' name.
In Jesus'
Amen.
name, amen.
Amen. Hey,
Amen.
brother,
Thank you, Wayne.
one more last question. John Paul Miller, I went to a protest, and he's basically accused me of breaking into the church, stealing Mom's plaque, and burning it into the church fire pit, and that he's definitely afraid of me, scared for his life. And he's also said that I'm a well-known heavy drug dealer, user.
Wait, don't forget you're
and
trying to get women's
I
money.
get elderly women to sign their deeds over the house. Would you respond to all that?
What? Yes.
Yeah, that came out
How
yesterday.
can I respond to that? That sounds like a man that's trying to cover his ass.
Yes.
Definitely not true. And usually,
What kind of man am I, Wayne? What kind of man am I?
now you're a good man, and you're definitely not that. And I know you've helped a lot of people out, and you were one of my closest brothers that I had. But I can tell you right now, usually when somebody is accusing other people and doing stuff like that, they've got something to hide.
It's called projection.
It's pretty simple. We all know that. I'm surprised he didn't bring my name up into it. And I've only talked to him briefly in emails and stuff.
Well, Wayne, he told me he met me because I was a heavy drug user and needed help.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not true.
Wayne, I'm just going to comment on something that you said.
Wayne, do I drink?
Never.
I don't drink either. So you're talking to two straight-laced individuals
And I
right
don't
now.
drink either.
I
No,
100% agree with what you said about when you know the Bible, your what I call God guts, your intuition tells you when somebody's off and somebody's not. And I've only talked to your brother today for the first time in my life, and he's a God guy. He's a God guy. He's a true God guy.
Yes.
You don't need to go to the house to love Jesus.
That's
I can
right.
tell
No,
that.
you
that
don't.
house,
Read your
that
Bible.
house, I want to see.
Read your Bible.
Well, Tommy, Bobby's calling me, so I gotta.
All right, I'm going to play it one more time for you guys because I know there was a lot. Go ahead and get your notebooks out, write some more stuff down one more time, and then we'll get into some of this church stuff here. Shout out angels.
I
Thank
believe
you.
she was lured there.
Okay.
Well, listen, I want you to do me a favor.
And that's it.
Do you see
I'm
the
gonna put
3
you on.
comments?
Yeah,
Just
2
It's
days.
for
theirs
this.
and
I
mine
just
back
want
to
you
them,
Whoa,
thanking them.
that's it?
Your
Yes.
experience about what
That's
you know
what I
about
didn't
John Paul
understand.
Miller. Okay, I'm
And
gonna put
then
you on
I
speaker.
posted it even
Y'all might
on.
want to listen to this. Excuse me.
You ready? And my brother hasn't even met. You didn't meet him personally, right? All right. Well, I want you to share with these supporters what we were dealing with back when that all happened. Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Wayne. Say hi to Wayne.
Hi, Wayne.
Just give us your description of John Paul Miller and what you've experienced in your little bit of action with him.
Well, I only spoke to him a few times during certain circumstances where he was involved in causing separation and heartache in a family, and something that did not seem right about him. And
Just so you know, Wayne,
rose up.
just so you know, we are recording this, so keep it respectful.
Yeah. Well, why
I don't
are
care if you do.
recording it?
I don't care either, but
All right, well, go ahead and
We're
say
good.
it.
We're
Tell
good.
it. Tell it like you want to tell it. Then.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's pretty simple. When you speak to somebody and you know that something isn't right, your spirit tells you.
That's
and
right.
I knew the first time I spoke to him, something wasn't quite right about him.
And you had interaction with him on some emails.
Yeah, and he didn't seem like a pastor. He seemed like somebody very vindictive.
Well, what was going on back then that I needed to speak to you about that? What? Remember, he wanted me to apologize.
I'm trying to remember now.
Remember the email about me having an issue with him at church, and we were discussing it, and you were trying to help me to think of something maybe to respond. The wording on the email that he sent because he called so late at night and stuff, and you were helping me probably send him an email.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time recalling that. I mean, I know it was about you and your wife working there and her being manipulated.
Yeah, like not getting compensated for pay and basically burning up her whole
Right.
day and causing friction in my marriage.
And him causing separation, saying that she needs to do this and whatever. But yeah, it's kind of hard for me to remember now because I'm not there. So, but it was not good.
And your feelings about when I had my Widowmaker, he didn't even bother calling, right?
No. No, it didn't seem like he cared too much about you as long as you were doing what he wanted you to do, and your wife was doing what he wanted her to do. And I just got bad vibes from him. I really felt like he was manipulating Tammy and causing separation in your marriage for selfish gain.
And my relationship with the church was what, basically.
While you were...
Well, I mean, what was I doing? I mean, I did a lot of work there. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah, you did a lot of work, and you were doing things for the church, and you were trying to make your marriage a happy place by attending church and having God in your life, and it just didn't seem like that was his intentions.
Right.
It wasn't. I don't know. It's hard for me to remember now, Tom. I'm glad I don't live down there and never attended that church.
Well, I just remember you calling me, telling me that you were sending emails out to him because of what was going on in the church, and I was sharing it with you, and I was asking your advice of what I should do or how I should respond because I cared about the church, and I didn't really want to tell him to F off, but and you were trying to help me with that letter, remember?
You were proud of what you did for that church, and you were being a humble servant to the church and God, and he seemed to take quite a bit of advantage of that, is what I remember.
Yeah, I quit my job basically and spent a year remodeling that place.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I saw that on a video yesterday. You sure did.
Yeah.
Really?
And he never
it's
gave him a dime.
What?
Yep.
Well, I got a box.
He owes
I
him
got a
what,
box of coffee and a pie.
Aw.
$245,000.
It's so
And
generous.
I wasn't looking for compensation on that. I
let's
mean,
just put it
but
this
he
way.
broke the promise, so now I'm like,
hard
okay, well, if
You're flying around in a plane and you're not
Yeah.
producing
Any
any services, then
Yeah.
pay up,
Yeah,
Buttercup.
$245,000.
All right, but listen, my brother Wayne, he's not a pastor, but he knows the Bible. And would you just could you just do a prayer for Micah over the phone for us? And
absolutely.
all the
Absolutely.
Justice for Micah supporters, and because I may post this, so I'd appreciate it if you'd do like a little prayer over Micah at the courthouse here.
All right. Heavenly Father, I thank and praise you for the amount of people in the turnout today for Micah, the people that know and understand something isn't quite right about this. Lord, I ask for your blessings right now over this entire situation, and that you would bring the truth to light, that people that are accountable need to be held just that, accountable for what they have done to this young lady. Lord, I pray right now that you put your spirit and power into that church and convict anybody of wrongdoing and bring down that pastor if he is doing evil things and separating people from you. Lord, I thank and praise you right now that everybody that knows this man knows something isn't right. This just doesn't happen to a young girl. You know how he got that girl, Lord. You know what he's been doing in that church. You know the people he's been manipulating, and he's been using it for selfish gain. Lord, I thank you right now that people are standing up for Micah, and that things are going to go forward and the truth will be seen. I just thank and praise you for that, Lord, in Jesus' name.
In Jesus'
Amen.
name, amen.
Amen. Hey,
Amen.
brother,
Thank you, Wayne.
one more last question. John Paul Miller. I went to a protest, and he's basically accused me of breaking into the church, stealing Mom's plaque, and burning it into the church fire pit, and that he's definitely afraid of me, scared for his life.
Previous
And he's
drug dealer.
also said that I'm a well-known heavy drug dealer user.
Wait, don't forget you're
and
trying to get women's
I
money.
get elderly women to sign their deeds over the house. Would you respond to all that?
What? Yes.
Yeah, that came out
How
yesterday.
can I respond to that? That sounds like a man that's trying to cover his ass.
Yes.
Definitely not true. And usually,
What kind of man am I, Wayne? What kind of man am I?
now you're a good man, and you're definitely not that. And I know you've helped a lot of people out, and you were one of my closest brothers that I had. But I can tell you right now, usually when somebody is accusing other people and doing stuff like that, they've got something to hide.
It's called projection.
It's pretty simple. We all know that. I'm surprised he didn't bring my name up into it. And I've only talked to him briefly in emails and stuff.
Well, Wayne, he told me he met me because I was a heavy drug user and needed help.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not true.
Wayne, I'm just going to comment on something that you said.
Wayne, do I drink?
Never.
I don't drink either. I don't drink either. So you're talking to two straight-laced individuals
And I
right
don't
now.
drink either.
I
No,
100% agree with what you said about when you know the Bible, your what I call God guts, you know, your intuition tells you when somebody's off and somebody's not. And I've only talked to your brother today for the first time in my life, and he's a God guy. He's a God guy. He's a true God guy.
Yes.
You don't need to go to the house to love Jesus.
That's
I can
right.
Tell you
No,
that.
you
that
don't.
house,
Read your
that
Bible.
house, I
Is it-
want to
All
see.
Read your Bible.
Well,
Turn.
Tommy, Bobby's calling me, so I got to let you go. But God bless you all.
Nice.
All right, there you go. And again, that's why I was saying what I was saying when it came to the orange pastel shirt guy. You know, what is the chain made of that's around your neck that is keeping you from like going where your wife's going, bro? Happy wife, happy life. It's not too hard. He used his best. Yeah. Oh, I know. Yeah. So he could have her closer. Yeah. Crazy stuff. All right. So that was from the Live on Location. That was Micah's ex-father-in-law. I'm going to show you guys some different videos. Stuff that me and Tom, that's who it is, Tom. That's what I was talking to him about. He was talking, and we were pretty much in agreement with, you know, I even told him, I was like, hey, we were saying the same stuff a couple days ago when we were doing our show. Even when I was showing you guys the video of the GoPro when I went to Lumber River State Park and how none of it made sense using the video and photos and things like that, showing you guys what it was like there, because it's like I said, that's why I like going to these locations, because you see and feel the atmosphere, and you really see and feel what makes sense and what doesn't. So we're going to stick to this subject here when it was talking
It
about
says
this here, when we were talking about the church. So I'm going to go here real quick. Now, this is the article from that. And look who it is. Okay. Sentencing hearing set for Bible College president who pled guilty to labor charges. Now, this is in regards to that Bible college. You see who it is. Give me 1 second. Let me flip us over here. See who it is.
Mm-hmm.
So, this was from September 4th, 2014. Okay. Overworking and underpaying several of his students who entered a guilty plea in federal court in Florence to fraud and forward labor contracting, according to federal court dockets. Reginald Wayne Miller entered a guilty plea to visa fraud and wage and hour violations. You hear what the guy just said, Tom. Micah's ex-father-in-law, JP's best friend, that's their son. You know, the whole relationship with the best friend and Micah, and then what took place after that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So then you hear the stories of Tom. Man, I even quit my job to do this work and all of this stuff. And not that I was asking for compensation, but, you know, it's just like when we go out on these searches. That's why the contributions really do make a difference, because it really does. That's how we're able to do these things. None of us are coming from a fountain of golden coins where, you know, and if I was, trust me, I'd be out there even more. I wouldn't be driving. I would have to get over my fear of flying. I would just have to. I wouldn't be driving. There's just no way, because these, like, especially this 15-hour drive, I'm still kind of recouping a little bit from it. Woo. Them flights, man, you hit a 45-minute flight, it's a little different. But that's why you know, you have to. We all have the home at home, and then the home that we have to make out of whatever the situation is when we're out here going to these different locations. So, like in his situation, he still had a home. He still had, but he was doing all of these things that were benefiting. And when you're doing that, you would be taken care of. You know what I mean? And so, um, it's kind of the same situation in a way when you're looking at fraud, visa fraud, and wage and hour violations, underpaying and overworking. Maybe some of $50 a week, $100 a week at this Bible college. Look at all these penalties: $250,000, $250,000, $10,000, or imprisonment. And this was I wanted to say yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. That's why I always say, hey, every minute and 15 seconds, you see the word speculation down there at the bottom. It's that water cooler. We're not there.
Sure.
Right? Okay. So here, let me show you guys this. And this was something interesting because, Katrina, shout out Katrina, when we had heard about, the tracking device and stuff, right? We'd heard about the tracking device and, we don't know if there was tracking, but we know she wasn't followed. And it's like, how did he know every single place, right? Well, Katrina dropped this a couple days ago, and I thought it was really interesting. And here, let me flip the screen so it zooms in. So, whoops, never mind. Freaking Discord. High-end jewelry transport GPS tracking devices. Now it's meant to keep track of your jewelry so you don't lose it. Oh my gosh, I lost my wedding ring at the beach. Right? But for people that have different intentions, well, it can be a completely different thing to a whole new level. It could have been a piece of jewelry that shows this person's location every second of every day.
Mhm.
Everyone likes something gorgeous, and that's why there are several instances where people are investing in expensive jewelry and other accessories with this amount of money hanging on around your neck or wrapped around your hand. There are several reported cases of stolen gems in jewelry. It's supposed to say gems. The main reason why these cases are on the rise is that the physical impulse that comes before thought and reason. So what's the best way to keep track? Have a GPS tracking device.
That is interesting. Yeah.
Shout out Katrina. I believe he told us when he spoke of his chain. It's what it sounds like. High-end jewelry transport GPS tracking devices. Meant if it ever gets stolen or lost, but used. I mean, you don't even need an Apple tag no more. And that's just the vehicle, right?
Yeah.
So what if somebody got out and went to a mall? Well, you would just see the mall parking lot. But with this, a beautiful chain. I mean, and can you imagine, ladies and gents, the jewelry that you could be getting because you ain't gonna know. You ain't gonna know because it's not gonna show. The jewelry that you could be getting could have that device where somebody knows your exact freaking location. And think about it, it's not this kind of GPS tracking, right? Where it's like, well, it's in a 20-yard square area. No, people. Oh, this person was in the living room of this house. They would know when you go to bed.
That's
That's
terrifying.
scary shit. And it can come dressed in a beautiful bow tie that looks so precious. And oh my gosh, I just want to put it on right now as soon as I get it out of the package. I don't even want to take the tag off. That's how sucked in you'd be into wearing it too. Isn't it crazy? Great. It's a great idea because really, if you do invest that kind of money in jewelry, to be able to find it if you lost it. I can't imagine losing a wedding ring or something on the beach and then going, oh my gosh, and right? But
Yeah, those are innocent intentions. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Damn. I bet it is, right, detective? I bet it is how he tracked her.
Yeah.
Isn't it scary?
It's terrifying.
That's some James Bond. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Scary. And just think, you could get something in the mail tomorrow, and oh my gosh, look at that necklace. Look at the bracelet. Wow. And then they know, oh, they went to Applebee's last night. And then they came home, sat in the living room for a little bit, and then went to bed. Eesh, I don't want to wear shit no more.
It's not safe now.
Right? When Idaho 4 came out and they were using 20 skin cells touch DNA, right, to charge a DP, and I'm like, hey, it changed how I went shopping because I don't pick nothing up I'm really not interested in buying because I don't want somebody's coffee cup that they bought from Walmart and were nasty and didn't wash it and has my touch DNA because I was like, hey, that's a cool cup. Nah, I don't really care for it. And then all of a sudden, my touch DNA is the coffee cup that was on their desk and something happened. And no, I don't pick up nothing. This now changed. Guess what? I'm buying my own damn jewelry. You know, I'm buying my own jewelry because no, not doing it. Not doing it. Damn trackers, they can sew into your box. I'm sure. You know what I mean? I'm sure. But this right here, you only wear boxers, you know, how many times a week, depending on how many you have, whatever, you know. I mean, if they put something in my boxers, once a month I'd be wearing that pair. So, like, really, okay, you know, but really with jewelry, I mean, come on, people, that's something you go everywhere, you leave with, you want to wear all the time, right?
Yeah, exactly.
If it's not sitting in a box, you're always gonna have it on you. It's crazy. You would have that on you more than your car keys, right? Or your cell phone.
More than anything.
Imagine that. While you're sleeping, even. I mean, everything. More than your keys and your phone. And what happens to you if you lose your keys or your phone? You lose your shit. It's more than that. It's crazy. All right. Let me see here. Now, let me see here. This is a video. Justin on TikTok. This is where JP speaks with Justin on TikTok. Now, this was crazy, if you guys remember that. And then I'm going to take a phone call from Gina. Gina is one of the protesters there. and we're going to talk to her for a few, and then we're going to get into the Lombard River State Park, the 911 call, everything that has to deal with. I'm going to show you guys. We drove the path that Micah took. The other live on location, exploring different spots of interest. We took the route that Micah took, so you guys could see. It doesn't make sense when we drove it. It doesn't make sense. It really don't. And I'm going to go to that part of the live so you guys can see it. Then I'm going to show a little clip of it. Then I'm going to show you guys the GoPro, Lombard State River Park, going to the 911 call. We're going to dive into that. We've already talked about that. I've already put out a video. It just, no. Where's the birds? That's the main thing you want to hear. You can hear him when I was searching for Sebastian. Listen, when we're going through my GoPro and we're going through my live on location and I'm outside in the woods, listen to the nature. Do you hear it on the 911 call? Okay. Important. And with that location, not only the route doesn't make sense, I'll show you the picture of that. Not only the route doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense how you don't even know where you're at. You don't even know. So then when you are talking on the 911 call, I don't know. Yeah, that's it. Come on. There's only one reason you end up there. There's only one reason you even drive the route that you took to have to stop at the damn gas station in the first place. There's another reason. We don't know what that reason is. We need to find out what that reason is, because that is going to lead us to what the hell took place at Lombard River State Park. There is no reason Micah would have taken that route unless there was a reason to take that route, period. That's the reason. That's going to lead us to an answer. That's how I feel.
100%. I agree with you.
Let me see here. Oh, gosh, this one's 49 minutes. We'll save that for a little bit. Hold on. We'll save that for after the 911 call. When JP calls into Justin on TikTok. I do want to watch that with you guys. But I do want to cover the 911 call first. I believe so too, Katrina. But again, this is the thing, when you're looking at Google Maps, okay, and I'll show you guys this picture. Hold on. Let's see here. Hold on. I gotta find that photo. When you're looking at the Google map, okay, and I got a photo of both of them side by side. When you're looking at the Google map, where did I put it? Here it is. Okay. When you're looking at the Google map, okay, maybe she was followed, maybe it's another direction, but this is where I'm coming from. When I actually drove the route, okay? When I drove the route, that's when I was like, you don't just, in this location, you don't just pull off. You don't just pull off at this spot, and that's why I'm going to play it from that point when we were doing that drive. You don't just turn off at this exit. And if I was running out of gas or I needed to stop somewhere, there was a spot before I could have stopped at. There was a spot after. Plenty before, because most of the drive there from the pawn shop to the gas station was residential. Most of it was residential. So you literally could have stopped at any of these major places to 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 go on this exit and then go down the road. It's why it's important. I'm going to re-show it because you're not going, oh shoot, I'm going to run in to find somewhere where I can get a snack, or I'm going to run in to find somewhere where I can get some gas. It's not happening. There's no signs leading up to that to show that. When you turn off and you're driving, you're not thinking that you're going to come into something like that. It looks like you're heading into the country. So if you're, I don't know. I don't understand. The whole route just doesn't make sense. And we're going to get into that some more here. Hold on. Just like how the whole story at Lumber River State Park doesn't make sense either. Funny how the gas station clock is same as John used when he said Charles gave him the time he called. Well, I'm telling you right now, when I went out there, it almost looked like there was some kind of communication going on when I was heading out there. If you guys remember the whole instance where I was doing the video of the ghost town of Fair Bluff, and then how somebody was, there's a certain reaction, and then when I got to the turn where you would go to Lumbar River, then all of a sudden it's like, whoa, this guy. Hold on 1 second. Getting a phone call here.
Good morning. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail.
Oh, hold on. Hello?
Hey, CJ.
Hey, what's up? This is Gina, everybody. How are you doing today?
I'm great, love. Looking forward to seeing you again on Sunday.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm going to be there. I'm going to have a couple hours of sleep.
No, we're going to go out there together, right?
Yep, I'll be there Sunday. Can you guys let me know if can you guys hear her okay? Let me know. Yeah, I'll be out there Sunday, and then I'm going to be going up to...
And we're going to go to the location.
Yeah, I'm going to be going up to Lumbar River State Park after that to do some exploring, and I believe Tom is going up there too, so... we're going to go up there and do some exploring.
But you're going to go with us? Okay, great.
Yeah. So, because, I already went up there last week, and I took some video because, really, just be prepared. You won't, I don't know if you've been there before, but
No, I haven't, like I said, but I'm gonna, Tom was mentioning, heavier clothes, lots of bug spray, wear a mask if you can. I won't wear a mask for COVID, but I might for the bugs up there. You looked pretty bit up the other day.
Yeah, you saw my arms, didn't you? Yeah, because...
Yeah, I saw your arms.
Yeah, I was like, I was looking at my arms the next day because I didn't notice it. I was looking at my arms the next day, and I'm like, holy crap, usually mosquitoes don't love me. I don't know what happened. And then when we were at the press conference and Tom mentioned that, and I was like, oh, now it makes sense. Because to me, I'm like, mosquitoes don't love me that much. So
yeah, exactly. It's going to be hot. If we have to wear heavier clothes, it's going to be hot. But yeah. I'm in. We'll go right after.
Yeah.
Yeah. And change in a gas station or something, and we'll just make it be. Hopefully. I'm thinking I'll have to drive separate, but that's okay. Whatever. We'll get there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, so what can I do for you and your tribe?
Oh, I'm just, we're just hanging out. There's a lot of stuff to kind of go over. I've been doing a lot of driving here, so it's kind of been hard to, and also spending some time with some loved ones. So it was trying to fit all that stuff in together, but now it's kind of like catching up on some different stuff that I'm not able to do out on the road because I don't have the equipment with me, in the vehicle or on the road to do certain things. Right. So we're doing some catch up and stuff. listening to some of the. Did you hear when JP talked to Justin on TikTok? Did you listen to that conversation?
I did. I actually saw that part live. Yeah. Yep, I saw it. There's not been. I can't think of anything that I haven't heard about or watched a video of one point or another. And of course, you know, I'm at the protest, and you know, like you, I was at the news conference yesterday. So,
right.
So I'm trying to stay up on it as best I can.
What'd you
my
think?
heart just
What'd you think
for
about
the family? You know,
What'd you think about Micah's Law and the press conference and everything? I thought she spoke very well, very passionate,
yeah,
and I
I thought
appreciate
that she
that.
spoke very well, and I wasn't sure if you were going to bring that up or not. So I actually just opened up my packet again, and just in case you wanted me to share any of that with your audience. But yeah, being that I was a Micah at one time, yeah, I think that the biggest thing that was mentioned in being iterated into this old law into the new Micah law, to me, is the social aspect, the social media aspect of abuse.
Right.
Because, you know, my day, they didn't have that. They didn't
Right.
have that to deal with.
Right.
So, thought it was really good that they're mentioning, although this is part of the old bill, because I'm getting a lot of weird voice on my end. Am I coming in clear to you guys?
Yeah, I'm fine. You might have, if you have YouTube up, that might be why. Do you have YouTube open still while you called?
Yeah.
That's probably why, because you're
It's
hearing
good.
the YouTube feed.
Okay, that might be better. No, I'm still hearing it. But anyway, as long as you guys are hearing it, that's fine. Yeah, I know Micah didn't have kids, but apparently she had a dog. And abusers tend to use anybody and anything. Get it too. But I didn't really see anything in here that I felt, if I was writing this law myself, that I would have added to it. Pretty much covers everything.
Yeah.
16 features and a couple of letters on top of that. So, you know, yeah, I thought it was very thorough.
Yeah, and also I was shocked too, because to find, you know, she had mentioned, like, I think California, I can't remember all the states, but there was like 4 other states, including South Carolina, where something like this was tried to be put through before, and all the other states except South Carolina.
Yeah, that was February 2020, and South Carolina is the only one that didn't implement that law. And yeah, I agree. If that had been done in 2020, and that was already a bill, and the cops would have had something that they could have looked up and said, "Oh, this is IC and this is BF. Let's get him." I'm not an attorney. I'm a very good advocate in a courtroom. I know my way around a courtroom as far as being a fabulous advocate and taking care of myself in a courtroom. I generally will go in and represent myself. But that being said, that I'm not an attorney, I'm still not understanding how a lot of the abuse and manipulation tactics and threat tactics he used on her are laws. Yeah. That's the only part of this that right now is confusing me. It's not legal to track somebody's vehicle. It's not legal to put devices on somebody's tires to make them go down. So that part to me is really still not understanding why he's not in cuffs yet. Because although the coercion that primarily is where they're trying to take Micah's law to, okay, that's fine. Coercion laws are definitely not in effect. But some of these other ones are. Mm-hmm. So, you know, when I'm hearing, you know, we just still don't have enough on him. We still don't have enough on him. We still don't. You know what I mean, CJ? Like, does that?
Well, I see where you're
You know?
coming. Yeah, I mean, I see where you're coming from, but at the same time, I don't expect us to know a lot of the stuff that you think about it like this. The stuff that we've already seen, right? And we know what exists slash possible,
Mhm.
right? So when you take those things, when and you see how arrogant some of these individuals are when it comes to
No.
flaunting and these threats and things, the flaunts and threats, you see how arrogant it is. That comes with a lot of arrogance where they're not picking up all the pieces of paper that they're dropping on the ground. And those pieces of paper, I think not when it comes to they don't have enough, I think we're starting to realize that it's a situation where there's probably a lot of people that are like the orange pastel shirt guy that walked out of the church at the protest. There's a reason why
Yeah,
there's
I
a chain
remember.
around your neck, bro. And so I think it's a mixture of there's a lot of people because listen, it's a pastor, they're gonna be connected to a lot of people. And when it comes to those, the information's gonna be quiet. But the thing is when there's stuff that's already out there, like we've already discussed at the protest and stuff, that's what gets the ball rolling, and when the arrogant people are that arrogant, they're leaving pieces of paper behind, so when the ball starts rolling, they're picking up all these pieces of paper, and they gotta keep it quiet because the more quiet they are, the more pieces of paper fall to the ground that they can pick up, so then they can really do what needs to be done. So I think it's like a combination of both where not only like you heard from the attorney there at the press conference yesterday where she said,
Yeah,
"I
yeah.
wish I could have been representing her when these things were going on because some of this stuff wasn't even filed properly." Okay? And so I think it's one of these
Yeah, I
things
do remember her
where
saying that.
I think it's one of these things where who says that the person that didn't file it properly wasn't somehow had a chain around their neck from somebody else that had a chain around their neck, and they filed it improperly to keep that stuff down low, because when it comes to those connections and people in high places, that's a connection right there that you would get promoted as being connected, but then when that stuff comes out and you're part of that, oh,
I
that's a really steep fall. People wanna be quiet.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% on that, and, we'll never know who's connected to who. Well,
I think
the
we
FBI
will.
might be getting close
I
at
think we
this
will.
point, but I will say that the cop, one of the it's the day that she was making the tape, get away from me, and it was right before he posted her picture, if I'm not mistaken. That's the video I'm talking about.
Yeah.
After her tires went down again and she was getting her tire fixed. That cop, I guess that's what I'm talking about. That cop, he drove right by. She's like, yeah, there he is. And then he called her from an unidentified number and was harassing her still. And he knew what was going on, and he admitted that was going on and told JP, hey, listen, if you don't stop, I'm going to have to come and get you. I just feel at that point he had enough to go after
Oh,
him
they
right
do.
then and there.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Because
saying. That's what I'm saying. There's a chain around their neck because somebody else has a chain around their neck, just like the orange
they're not,
pastel shirt
okay, yeah,
guy,
okay. So
because
you're saying if he would have done it, then maybe his supervisor would have been all over him.
who
Yeah, okay,
knows? I
yeah.
mean, who knows? We
Yeah,
don't
I
know
know
the
this whole
chains
thing
yet.
this whole thing runs a little deep for sure. But the people at the church, from 800 to 50 to 30,
That says a
they're
lot.
getting it,
It says a lot.
for sure. But the people that are still there are just so. Even the couple of the old ladies that were flipping us off
Yeah.
and stuff, I'm like,
Yeah.
what? Like, you're like 80. What are you doing? Like,
Yeah.
what are you
Yeah.
doing?
One of
You
them that
know,
was on the poster
JP's
board,
not God. Calm
right?
down.
One of them that was on the poster board that wanted to come out and mock mock us for recording the protests. She come out there recording us. That same lady was on that poster board being held up in the protest. A very important
That's
person
Trisha. That's the one who told. Yeah, that's
for the
Trisha.
church.
That's his secretary, right hand girl. Remember when I walked over and
I
met her hat on?
I know.
That was.
I know. We got we
She,
were there we got it. We got your passion on footage. If people want to check the tape, they can check the tape because your passion is there.
yeah, it's just.
I I appreciate your
Yeah.
passion too. It's yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like just like think about it because like I'm gonna just the orange pastel shirt guy, right? Because to me, when I was there at that protest that first day, to me, I was coming from a position where I thought the membership gradually decreased with each service or a couple days would go by, right? That was where I was coming from. So when I'm hearing orange pastel shirt guy tell us, "Oh, I don't know any information yet. I haven't seen anything," you know. I'm sitting there going, "Oh, okay, he might be still part of the gradual whatever, whatever." But when we were at the press conference and I asked you guys and you got, "No, it went literally from this much to like this." I was like, "Well,
80 to 50
then
and
what's the
80
chain
to 50
around
and
his
50
neck?
to 30.
What's the and that's
You
why I'm
don't stop
saying,
a church in those kind of numbers overnight
yeah,
without everybody going, I need to get out of here right
right.
now.
Because the information's
You
out
know?
there for everybody, right? So, and that's what I
What's
mean.
that?
The chain, what is the chain made out of around these people's necks where they can't break free?
Right.
Because orange pastel shirt guy, his wife and his daughter are going to another church. If you were married,
Right.
I don't know if you're married. Are you married? If you're, I don't know. If
I used to be, but I'm no
okay, used
longer.
to be.
Yeah.
All right,
I'm
think
single,
let
but
me put it like this. If you were married, right, and your husband was still going to another let's not even put this church in example, right? Let's just put uh
the old
Jimbo's
church.
some church down the street on Van Avenue or whatever. I don't know. Van Life Avenue.
Right.
That church. Say there's some similar stuff coming out, right? There's some similar stuff coming out.
Right.
And you tell your husband, I ain't going to that church no more, neither is our daughter, and he still goes to the church. What kind of dinner conversations you having after Sunday
I
night?
would,
What's the dinner
yeah, I would
conversation at the
say that
table on
on
Sunday
the show
nights?
today. Yeah, it would be an argument for sure.
You know what I mean?
JP's just so demeaning, right? And like I said, when you and I and Tom and Debbie were speaking yesterday for the press conference, and I believe you taped a lot of that conversation that you just taped. You have to, if you know what that Bible says, if you know the words in that Bible, it is near to impossible to get sucked in by a preacher like that. And one of the days I was at the last Sunday at the protest, I was talking to somebody on our side that's a female, and when I heard that she used to go to church, I just had to ask out of complete curiosity, like, what, why, how did you? I'm just trying to learn how in the world, how long did you go there, and why,
yeah,
and what made you leave, right? And she basically just said, he's so charismatic and he's such a good public speaker. And I'm like, no, actually, he's a little worm man. But anyway, yeah, I guess, preferences, I suppose. But I just want to question people to understanding the truth that even if I don't even find him charismatic or a good public speaker, but even if you were to, let's just say hypothetically, I agreed with her. Being a public speaker, being a motivational speaker, and being charismatic does not make you a preacher. Doesn't make you a pastor. Doesn't make you a man of cloth. I'm writing a book right now on a book called The Sins of Systems. I'll assimilate what I just said to a license. Everybody thinks you have to have a license in order to do X, Y, and Z. Well, they protect the public. Licenses protect the public. Licenses protect the public. Look into it. Do your own research. Licenses don't protect the public anybody can sue anybody for anything. First of all, whether you have a license or not, doesn't mean that's the other thing they used to say to me. Well, you're protected too. I don't need to be protected because I do the right thing. So I don't need to be protected by the law. So, it's these misperceptions and these lies and these myths that we tell ourselves, and we make them be true. A license doesn't make you be protected. Look at the nurses in hospitals that have killed their patients. Think they're in there working without a license and degrees under their belt? No. I've got degrees. They don't mean anything to me. Degrees mean nothing. A degree
it's up
for
here.
a piece of paper doesn't make you be moral or right or righteous.
Yep, it's up
for a
here.
man or a woman of God. It
Right
just doesn't.
there.
Just doesn't. So
Yep.
use your own godly discernment and read that Bible. That's how
Well, it's
people should
crazy.
be
I mean,
looking at the world and protecting themselves today.
we even heard Tom. Tom was even saying he was a charismatic speaker. Like even Tom was saying, that
I know what he said.
yeah,
I know what he said,
that
but
he
like
could
I said,
suck
you
you
can be
in.
a great public speaker and you can be charismatic all day long.
Oh
It
no,
doesn't
I'm
make
not
you be a
saying that means
pastor.
that because hell, you could. I mean, hell, my career in life, my first job was telemarketing, where I sold credit card insurance. Like, who needs fucking
Right.
insurance for a credit card? Nobody. And I was selling it like hotcake. It's because it's charismatic speaking, like it.
Right.
And was it what? Like, let's be honest. Like, who needs credit card insurance? That's why the goal was one
Right.
sale an hour. Like, cause nobody. But I was getting
Right.
like 5 an hour. So just because you're good at speaking. No, it just means you're good at speaking. It means you have a public voice. It means that you can help people think twice about things, or you can help people kind of explore beyond what the norm of things might be, or something like that. And what it is it's the soul where he, grew up. Some people will grow up using a life experience in their profession, and he grew up using his own life experience, which is what he was around. So it's
Right.
very easy for somebody to not only use a book with words, but also add that care because he got to learn all of it. He got to learn from the moment he was born how to do what he
Right.
was doing. You can't get no better teaching than that because you just lived
Right.
it before you even were a.
So the same-sex parent is your primary role model, and it appears with nothing else to say about it that he's definitely followed suit with his father, and apparently his oldest son, JP's oldest son, is apparently followed suit on JP as well.
Yeah.
So I believe Allie is. I hope I think I heard somebody at the last protest say that Allie did. JP's kids were taken from him away from Allie, but I don't know about that. I don't have actual confirmation on that right now, but I really hope that happens for her. I really hope that happens for her because, he's crazy. Absolutely, he's dangerous. Dangerous.
I mean, you heard
And,
like what Tom was saying he was even being accused of. That is some wild shit. That is some wild stuff. Like,
You mean that Tom was being abused even?
no, that he, that the only reason he, like he reached out to him because he was a heavy drug user and he was this person that distributed, well known, and like he like broke in to the church and took a plaque and burned it and all this other stuff, and it's just like, what the hell? What
Yeah,
the
I
heck?
back what I said. I back what I said when I was with you all live on Wednesday after the press conference. Tom, I just met him, Wednesday, but for the first time, the God guy. You can feel it in his spirit. You can hear it in his words. He's being honest. I don't know how any female getting in a car with JP right now isn't getting that sinking 6 feeling in the stomach, like, wow, what am I doing here? Because God put intuition into people to listen to those warning signs. You know, I didn't think I was going to get into a story like this, but I'll tell you how real that is. There was a client that I had, this was going back 20 years ago, female, and I didn't have her until after this happened. But here's what happened to her. She was bartending, and I'm from New York, and it was just a really, you know, as she was describing the story to me, it was just a really, really terrible snowstorm, no cars out, business down. She ends up calling her boss saying, you know, hey, can I lock up early? And he was like, you know, we'll give it, yeah, you can start like counting up, whatever. So she locked the door to go back and start doing her little bartending, cash out stuff. I've never been a bartender, but you know what I'm saying, cashing out. And this guy shows up at the door knocking. And according to her, it was like 9:30 at night. Bar normally closes 12 or 1 o'clock in New York on a weekday. So super early she was closing. So the guy's pounding on the door, super snowy, super cold out. He's like, you know, please, you know, while you're locking up, can I just have a drink? You know, I'm like really cold. And she said, I got this really dark, deep feeling that I shouldn't do that. Like some voice inside of my head said, don't let him in. And my heart, and you know, looking at the snow out there and the wind was blowing, and my heart got to me, and I let him in, and he raped her.
Whoa.
Violently raped her.
Whoa.
So people need to understand that God's voice is within you. Listen to those warning signs. Like, listen, because he's talking to you.
Well, that's why I was questioning why the orange shirt guy was like claiming he didn't know any of the stuff that's already out there, and why he would have to be emailed documents to be seen or know that there's proof of what people are claiming. Because if he's not
I
part
don't
of
believe
the
he doesn't. Don't believe he doesn't know, CJ.
I don't
believe he doesn't know.
either. I
He
think
was one flipping us off and making faces and everything. He came over near the end. I recognize he came over near the end. But, you know, it's either one of two things. He's really that brainwashed, and I really can't
No,
tell you
it's a
which it is.
chain.
But
It's
he's
a
either
chain.
really that brainwashed,
No.
or they got something on him.
That's what
Got
I'm
something
saying.
on him,
It's
too.
not brainwashed because you have a wife at home. That's why I asked you what the dinner conversation would be like on a Sunday evening. You have a wife at home.
A wife, unfortunately, if he's been going to that church for any length of time, my understanding of the doings within that building is that women are put at a lower level, right? They're talked down to. You're told you can't speak. You're not allowed to have a voice. So if he's coming from there, that mindset, and he's coming from I'm the top dog in this relationship. We're not in it as a team. You're under me. It's very likely that the wife left, but that she doesn't know his workings in the church, or something that they might have on them. On
Come
him,
on. You
on
know
him, the guy in the red shirt. Which
you
don't
know
know his name,
you know his
but,
wife.
the heavy guy in
You know his wife is going out having dinner dates with some of the church ladies. And you know that at these dinner dates or gatherings or whatever, you know that they have some of this paperwork, this documentation, and you already know that that that's why it went from 800 to 50, because that shit spread like wildfire. And for Orange Pastel Shirt or anybody that is affiliated with that church to claim like they don't know or haven't seen proof, or I don't know, I need to know more. Yo, it was already that's the fire spread so quick. So quick. That means there was a lot of conversation, a lot of information being shown, and not only both of those things, but proof. Because when it comes to those ties, It would take a lot to sever that tie from a community because everybody's investing their whole life in that community right there. And it would take a lot to sever those
Absolutely.
ties. That is proof right there. Not only the how quick it spread, the amount of information and the proof. That's how you go from 800 to 50 to for Orange Pastel or anybody else to claim, "I don't know," you're lying. It's because you have a chain around your neck holding you to there, especially if you have a wife at home going to another church after all this stuff came out and you're still there, whatever these chains are, because these 30 people that still go, there's 30 chains. We don't know what those chains are made out of, and that's what we're looking for because those chains.
Oh, we sure don't.
No, we will though.
I'd like to see less people there. I'd like to see less people there Sunday, CJ. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. If we could take the 30 down to 15, I'd be happy. But my spirit's not going to be settled on any of this until he's locked up and handcuffed and taken away. And this church needs to be dismantled and not rebuilt because I believe that it already has been dismantled 2 or 3 times over. And they keep rebuilding, via the churches in Florence, South Carolina, and, yada, yada. I mean, you can connect the dots all day long. And I do think that they're certainly all connected. It would be too much of a coincidence for them not to be. So, let's take him down. I mean, all of them need to be brought down. I believe those kids are being sexually abused in there that are too afraid to speak because their parents are, brainwashed or his leverage over JP or somebody in that church has leverage over them as well, like you said. So, it's just a real corruption is large, it's deep, and it's horrible. And
there's a reason.
It really does take a group of people like your community people to keep that going. And I can't, like I've told you privately, I just can't, I just have so much respect for what you're doing and the work that you're doing and keeping it real and keeping it live. And I was disgusted to hear you got a cease and desist on the Seth case, or the Sebastian case. That makes me sick.
What one person's trash is
when you're trying
treasure.
to hide, you're really just telling on yourself. Look at Roberta Laundrie, like how quiet she was, and she would have told you to go away too. You know what I mean? And then these parents that are guilty or these people that are guilty are always projecting onto other people and playing the victim card.
Even though it's down there at the ticker at the bottom, speculation. But we'll just keep it simple. What one person's trash is another person's treasure. Unfortunately, I'm a lot of treasures in every other location except for that one, and it is what it is. I gave everything I could give and more.
We haven't known each other for very long, a couple weeks, but I have to be honest with you. I consider you a treasure that I found from my own life, and
thank you.
I can foresee us and foreshadow us working on a lot of things together in the future, and that's all we can do, right? Keep it moving and keep it moving with people like you said that respect you and know your value and know your worth. And I know our first long conversation over the phone privately, we spoke about those things. And if anybody in your chat doesn't know how to get there, I would offer CJ, I don't want you to post it on your live chat, but if anybody writes you privately and says, hey, I want to know how to get that value, that self-worth that she's talking about, I'm missing it, I want it, send them my way for free. I will be happy to talk to you and work with you. Men or women, I'm not being sexist here, men or women, and let me help you get on the right track so that you don't end up being a victim of a JP.
Right. Yeah, because that's what it's also about, not only helping Micah, but helping the potential next person as well. It's very important. So, and thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like I said, anybody on your that's listening to this right now, this recording, this live, please outreach DJ, and he'll put you in touch with me, and let's make sure that you first give yourself the gift of that. Give yourself the gift of knowing that you'll never be a JP victim or a person like JP. Protect yourself from that. Mm-hmm. And that's a lot of the work I do in the world, and let me help you.
Thank you. I appreciate you very much, and thank you for calling in. And we'll definitely be seeing you.
Absolutely.
When we show up there on Sunday for the protest, we'll we'll do like a little hello and say what's up when we're there. Trust me, I'll be there. I'm gonna be there. I'll probably be getting into town just a few hours before the protest, just with all the other stuff I got to do. It's going to be a quick thing, but I will be there, and then we're going to be doing some more stuff afterwards. So thank you for everything you're doing, and you are.
And I thank you too, CJ. Keep up the good work, and I'll see you on Sunday for sure, love.
I appreciate you.
I'll be dressed to go on the location. I'll have clothes in the car for the location as well. So we'll make a day of it on Sunday, my friend.
We'll be prepared. Let's do it. I might even give you a camera.
We'll be prepared.
I might even give you a camera. All right. We'll get you some gear.
All right, you bet you.
All right.
All right, sweetheart. Well, you all have a great day. God bless the tribe.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Bye-bye. I appreciate that. And justice for Micah. Yeah, thank you, Gina. So very kind of you for that.
She's wonderful.
She is. She's a special person.
Yeah.
All right. Now, before, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through a couple GoPro videos, okay? And I'm going to show you guys more about what I was talking about, especially when it comes to the route here, okay? Give me 1 second. Let me pull this back up. And this is what I'm going to show you. Now, I'm going to play some GoPro, and I'm going to play little sections of different parts of the live when we're on the trip. Like I said, when I got there, as soon as I was in the parking lot, I couldn't even get a connection, so I just took footage. The footage is even better anyway because you don't have that internet choppiness that comes with it. It's straight crystal clear, so we'll do that. Now, when it comes to this route, like I was saying, okay, there's no reason why you're going to go this direction here. Right here is where that gas station grocery mart is, okay? Now, if you look at this side over here, if you're leaving from the pawn shop, you're going up along the coast and then heading north. That's a pretty straight shot almost, right?
Yeah.
You look at this right here. That's why I said as soon as you leave the pawn shop, you're going in a different damn direction when it comes. So there was a reason. That's why I say there's a reason why somebody was going here. What is that reason? I feel that reason, because it is a reason. I don't know if it's necessarily because if you're being followed, right? This is where I'm coming from. If you're being followed from the pawn shop, look at all these different routes that you can really just kind of go around, right? And still head up, and you can go north in different directions as well. Okay? This is where I'm coming from. You can go in different routes here if you're being followed. You can go different routes here, and you can go a whole bunch of different routes here, but still end up going here. The only reason that you are taking this way here to go at this location, because look, when you get there, you only have one other road to get to this location. You don't have a whole bunch of other freaking routes that you can take to get to that location. So for some reason, there is a reason why This right here is going to lead us to what happened here, because this doesn't make sense either. So let me show you guys a couple videos real quick. Then we're going to get into the 911 call. Let's see here. Okay, this last one right here. This is me. Let me see. Let me play this one. I think this is, no, 907. All right, so this is when I'm at Lumber River State Park. The 3 signs. I'm always going to refer to the 3 signs. Okay. This is where the bag was found. This area. Now this is me walking down to the observation deck. You hear the birds? Do you guys hear the birds? You hear the nature, especially the birds.
Definitely.
And this has been a couple months already, y'all. I mean, you heard them when we're out there searching for you know who. Oh my gosh, the birds are so beautiful. They are beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
See all this foliage, right? Now, this is important. I'm going to pause it right there. You see all the foliage going along there. See back in the distance. That's where she was found. Okay? Back in the distance. Right about in the middle of our screen is where she was found. Okay? Look at all the foliage. Listen to the nature. This is before we're getting into the 911 call, y'all. Foliage, nature, turtles, alligators. Look up alligator snapping turtle and tell me if you want to F with it, okay? I don't. Okay, now see the side here. Very important for you to take a look at that. When we're out there doing our searches and you see this foliage, you know what's out there, okay? Look at the water. I'm going to show you a different view of the water coming up. Look at that water. That's why I said, man, it looks like this water is made of oil. It's that thick, brown, dirty. This right here, see this foliage? This foliage goes between the path and all the way around there to where Micah was found. Let me pull up the map. We'll get back to this in a second. Observation deck. See this right here? This is where she was found, okay? This is where she was found. Look at the foliage, all right? You see the foliage. You see the trail. Here's the trail. Here's the trail. Here's the 3 signs. Remember the 3 signs I told you about? 3 signs are right here. Walk up a little bit. Observation deck is right here. Right? This is where Micah was found, right here. Look at the foliage. Now we're going to go back to this. Look at the foliage.
There's no way.
Okay, you see all the foliage, okay? You're going to walk through all of that.
And this is someone who wants to be found.
Right, and you want to be found. And you're going to walk through all of that and end up back there. Okay.
No way.
Now we're gonna walk by. I'm gonna show you the next video. We're gonna actually walk from the observation deck to past the area where the bag was found. And you're telling me I'm gonna put my bag down here and I'm gonna start walking along all of this. Look at, you can see trees falling over. You see how thick it is. Watch, I'll turn you into the foliage and you can see how nasty it is. So she walked all of that way. You're telling me that she walked all of this way through all of that woods to end up right here? No, it don't make sense.
No.
So why again did you need to go to South Carolina 41 at the grocery and the gas and grocery? Now I got some other videos to show you guys. The GoPro I did walk by of the
personnel only.
That right there doesn't even lead you back there, okay? Do you see it above? No, you don't. That path only goes a little bit back and that's it.
And it says employees only, authorized vehicles.
This is the only route that I could have taken to try and get back to where she was at. And we're not even close. We're way up farther now. That's it. Now there's more trails that go to, and I did go that, but I didn't record that part because really, I'm just keep going farther away from where everything was at.
Yeah.
There was no reason to go up there. This is the only trail that you can literally go back. And we're in a completely different part. And you're going to tell me that you maybe left your bag there and then went down this trail and then went over there? No, you didn't. Look at the water.
Dude, that's water that looks like oil.
It's so thick it looks like oil. Brown, dark brown, like you can't see through it. The only thing it's missing is the rainbow swirlies from the oil water mixture. You can't, look, you can't even see anything. You see a complete reflection of what's above you. You're walking through all this to be found?
No.
You see the rock there? Look at the rock. Look at the rock. I'll change it a little bit. No. You're gonna walk through that. Even Tom said she wouldn't have been out there walking with all them. Who knows what's in the woods? Snakes and different animals. The bugs. Talking about the bugs. Just to have somebody find you. All right, so I continue to walk down there. Like I said, we'll go in. There's a lot of GoPro stuff to show you guys. I'll probably just do an extended show and hang out like at the lounge or something tonight. But I wanted to show not only the route, I wanted to show how the route just doesn't make sense. I wanted to show how when you're at the location, considering where everything took place and how it supposedly took place, how that don't even make sense. See how that trail just continues to go north? I mean, come on. You're opposite so she would have had to walk in those areas. No. I got plenty of photos too, but we'll go into that later. The next thing, walk by the house and the pawn shop and all those other locations. It's when I was there last week. I just don't just not able to upload them like that. So I'm gonna try and get to those this weekend. But I do want to get into this 911 call because we've discussed it kind of from the beginning. It was all very sketch. The whole, like, I don't know, it's kind of why I had like 3 options it could be, really. Number 1, is it her? Number 2, is it AI? Number 3, is it somebody else? And I've just continued to keep feeling like it's somebody else. I talk about in the past shows or even in that clip where there's focus and emphasis on certain syllables and it gets extra raspy. Beautiful voice, love the raspy. If it gets it gets extra raspy because you're adding extra emphasis on those syllables. So that's where the like a speech pattern comes in.
Yes.
And when you're listening to the 911 call, the speech pattern to me is totally off, but I haven't kind of gone into it like you did with your video. And so I'm sorry I'm so late on checking it out on here like I've been wanting to. And I'm glad that we get to do it today. So let me get that up. I'm going to share it with you guys.
I'm really glad that it's coming after this footage, because this is amazing footage, and it also you kind of get a feel for the 911 call visually, which I didn't have before like looking through this properly with you now. Like it doesn't feel like, if you actually listen to the way she's communicating in that call, it doesn't even feel like she's done that walk almost. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, like, I mean, like, and just like the drive, and let me play that real quick. Here's the link to Rosie's video. I do want to play just a very small amount of that just to show you guys kind of what we're going to talk about here. Is there's no reason.
It just doesn't fit. Yeah.
There's no reason. There's no reason. So just like the 911 call, to say that, like you're stating confusion about even where you're at. It's a place where you don't just stumble upon.
No.
Like, if you look at the map, it's not a place. The road, look, you don't just stumble upon it. You literally have to drive to it. You got the major interstate here, or highway and highway. Yeah, interstate and interstate. But look, you don't just end up there. You go there. Oh, it's not showing.
It's a destination. It's a destination on its own.
Why is it not sharing it? There we go. You don't just show up. Yeah, you actually search it. So to say that you even there's confusion on where you're at, what location you are, that don't even make no sense whatsoever. Let me see. Let me go to the live, and I want to show you guys right before we get to the exit, because I think when we turn off and we drive there, it really paints the picture of like, this really don't make sense, you guys. Why you're driving by here? Why would you even turn here?
It makes such a difference to see it all at once. Like, Yeah, I don't like the way I was feeling about things not making sense before. It it just feels like affirmed now with all of this footage back to back. There's
Yeah.
just something so wrong.
And this was the crazy part of it. This was the crazy part of it is when we're going this route. Look, I'm just gonna kind of skip by residential, residential, residential. A little bit that looks like a highway, but then residential, 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 residential. That's let me skip ahead. Residential, residential. Now you're getting to some outskirts, but it's still, you got businesses left and right. Here, let me flip us over here. Since we're live here, we'll just do this. All right, so that'll show you guys like this is so one way you're going highway, you're going straight there. It takes an hour and 29 minutes. You go this way, you're going in residential, you're going out of the way. Even though you're going north, you're going out of the way, and it's an hour and 43 minutes. So an hour and 29, multiple different ways you can get there, or an hour and 43 and pretty much only one. That don't make sense. Why did you go down this road? Why did you stop at gas and grocery SC41? And then why did you take the route that you took to get there, but then you don't even know? You know, and it's like Tom said, he felt that if she really wanted to do that and to have people find her, she would have went somewhere like the ocean or somewhere else, not Lombard River State Park. Not
Yeah.
that she, not that, but he said just with her, knowing her, she's not going to go, or she wouldn't go to Lombard River State Park.
Yeah. And another thing I think in terms of the actual idea of calling 911, I find that strange. I mean, that's like limiting your time to be able to do what you want to do if that's your plan, right? I mean, why wouldn't somebody write a letter or send a scheduled email, or like you're putting that kind of pressure?
None of it.
Yeah, it's just
none of it makes sense.
Yeah,
just like this.
the 911 thing. Yeah.
Just like this. Like, let me see here. I'm trying to see where I even turned off because it was an exit, and then it was like, where am I going? Am I going out in the country? What is this? Maybe it's after this here. Yeah, because here's the highway still. Yeah, so it's right up here. Here's the highway still. Now we're getting, out in the highway, getting to the outskirts. You can see the woods on the left and right, right? This is a deliberate turn. And you'll see what I mean. And then when we turn down this exit, to sit there and go, yeah, I'm going to come up to a gas station or somewhere I can get a snack. No. So here's the exit. Did you see any signs that said gas station, food, lodging? Nothing. What makes you go, hey, I'm going to turn off here and get some gas or get a snack? Nothing. So here's the link to this live. This is at 2 hours and 17 minutes and 30 seconds is when I start to make the exit. So there's the link for that. 2 hours, 13 minutes and 30 seconds. And look, I'm just going to play this for a few. because I think SC41 gas and grocery was still another, I think, 10 minutes from here, literally. So you're not just pulling off to get gas and a snack. And look, I turn right. This is look. Oh, what the hell am I? Am I going out to farms? And that's all it is for like maybe 10 minutes, and then you come across this gas and grocery, and then it's like, whoa, what the hell? Honestly, and it's such a small, compact. It's a lot smaller than the picture shows. Like, it's really small, and I'll show you guys that later on with the GoPro footage. It's really small. I went ahead and got footage at each spot too, and I explored that ghost town of Fair Bluff. That was crazy. I got GoPro of that as well. Look at this. What makes you think you're going to run into a gas station or somewhere where you can get a snack? There's a reason why you went this way. There's a reason why you went out of your way from 1 hour and 29 to 1 hour and 43. There's a reason for it. For what? Oh, yeah, this is when we went by that hotel that had crime scene tape all over it. Got a GoPro of that, too. That was nuts. I'll show you the GoPro of that. But this is what I'm saying. This is all it is right here until you get there. All right. So let me pause that. I do want to get to your video here. Now, this is the 911 call. And this video needs some love. It needs some views and some likes. Whoops, hold on. Let me get the link. I thought I put the link in there too. Here's the link to this video. Now we're going to check this out. This is the 911 call. And there we go. This is the video, 20-minute video. Go show some love on it. Go hit the like real quick. Leave a heart or a trophy. And we'll get into it here. And I'll just get it ready. All right, here we go. Creepy. I got tingles on the back of my neck now.
Hey everyone, hope you've all been keeping well. Welcome back to True Crime Overtime with me, Rosie. So today I wanted to go through the Micah Miller 911 call again. Now I know that the majority of us have actually heard this call already, and I don't have anything like particularly new to add to it, just like one or two observations. And then afterwards, I wanted to just play some clips that I made for you guys, and I really want to get your opinion on those clips. So it's kind of like some voice comparisons that I made. I also wanted to just remind you that this call that we're going to listen to is very upsetting. I think most of us know that, but if you don't, please be warned if you are sensitive. And also be warned that when I was working with this 911 call recording to make the clips, I made it a lot louder just so that I could properly hear what I was working with. So I think it's on like 200% or something. So if you're using earphones, please just be warned about that. So
Okay, so warning graphic content, just as a heads up, and then also the volume level. And thank you for doing that, Rosie. Because that always is, because I know there's a lot of people out there that do use earbuds. So thank you for the heads up for that too. So you'll see the warning graphic content up there. So as long as the 911 call is being played, if it is triggering, just hit mute. And then once it goes back to not being displayed, then you can go ahead and unmute.
I didn't redact any words for this video.
Okay. And I'll probably pause it when it gets to the specific word.
Okay. Like I said, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to play the call once, pause it a couple of times just to point out some things that I noticed. And then after that, we will get to the clips that I made for you guys. All right.
Robeson County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Okay, so firstly, I just wanted to say that I know a lot of people have said that they can hear somebody in the background saying eyes forward or something like that. That sounds to me, from listening to this a lot louder, that it's in the background of the call center, and it sounds really to me like somebody saying my folder. I don't know what you guys think.
Hi, are you able to trace the location of my phone?
Let me see. You don't know where you're at?
In National Park.
What's the phone number you're calling me from?
843-655-5242.
Where's the park located at?
In Fair Bluff.
Okay, so I just wanted to pause it there firstly, because I don't know if you guys agree, but it sounds to me like when she's saying the words, I think it's Fair Bluff, it sounds to me like she's reading it off something. Now, I mean, I'm not an expert on this at all. This is just my opinion, but it really does, like, to me, it sounds like it's not like she's accessing it from her memory and she knows where she is exactly. It's something that she has in front of her or she sees, and she's kind of reading it out while she's looking at it. That's just the impression that I'm getting. So let me know what you guys think if you're also hearing that. But if that is the case, I kind of wonder, like, what is that about? Is there a sign, or does she have it written down, or is it on her phone or one of her phones? Does she have two phones? Or if she's reading it off her phone, is her phone on speaker? And if so, why would it be? Because if also, a lot of people have mentioned the echo on her end, and that kind of got me wondering, does she have that device on speakerphone? And if she does, why would she? So yeah, really, to me, it sounds like she's reading that. I don't know why. It just seems like that. Let me know what you guys think, though.
And I'm going to go ahead and pause it right there, because you did bring up some really good points right in the very beginning. It does seem like there's an echo, like somebody is on speakerphone. To act like, like you said, confusion of location. And I didn't even think about it until you had mentioned it in the video, where it sounded like somebody was reading it off of a piece of paper, and it sure as hell does.
Yeah, so I mean, that was something that I just every time I hear it, I keep it's definitely to me reading like she's looking for it and then she's just reciting the words. She didn't know where she was. It was like a prompt almost, like she had notes. I don't know.
Like a game. If you're trying to be found, you're not trying to create a game for the person you're trying to give the information to.
Yeah.
You're trying to get the information to him. That's why you made the call in the first place, right?
Exactly. And that is something that, I mean, it's the purpose of your call, right? So you know it.
Yeah. Did not make sense. Here's the link again. This is a great video. Thank you for doing it because I know it took a lot of work.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Because it needed to be done.
Let's see. I have my location on, I think, on my phone. And my phone is on.
Okay, so and my phone is
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were. Hold on one second. I thought that was you. Like, hold on a second. I was like, oh, whoop. Let me pause it.
That's
My bad.
confusing, right?
My bad.
That happens when I was with you. And my phone is on. I just thought that was a really weird thing to say. I mean, I'm not sure why, but let me know what you think.
Here, let me rewind it just a little bit. I'm sorry for pausing it, you guys.
I have my location on, I think, on my phone. And my phone is on.
Okay, so and my phone is on. I just thought that was a really weird thing to say. I mean, I'm not sure why, but let me know what you think as well, because I mean, obviously your phone is on, right? Especially if you've asked somebody to trace it and you're using it to make a call, and the number that you've provided this person is supposed to be, you know, the device that you're communicating with. I don't know. I thought it was interesting that that was even mentioned. I'm not really sure why, but there's just something about it that, yeah, every time I hear it, it stands out to me. Like, why is she saying that?
I just did my show, my location.
Okay, I'm showing.
So I don't know if you guys heard that odd sound in there. To me, it sounded a little bit like a gasp or something, but it could also just be like weather. I'm not sure. That's one of those things that could be something, could be nothing. But I did hear it when I had the audio on really loud.
And I'm going to pause it right there. I definitely heard a gasp. And I go back. Yeah. And I go back to the birds. If it was wind like nature, I think we would have heard birds too.
Okay. That was one thing I wasn't completely sure about, but I definitely heard something there.
Like a
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like a little frustration or something. Like a
Yes.
Yeah.
That's it.
So I definitely heard that. Think about it, everybody. All of these searches since February and March, where we started hearing the birds. Think about how many birds are out there now. We just played a video when I walked to the observation deck. You didn't hear wind, right? Not very much, but you heard a lot of birds. You'll hear the birds before you hear the wind. Very odd.
Hold on one second.
Okay, and there's another sound there. To me, that sounds like a sniffle or something. if you go back and look at the ring cam footage from the day that Mike Miller passed away, you can see that from the trip that she returns, she's quite sniffly. You can see that she's been crying. She's holding a tissue or Kleenex. So you can see that she's quite upset that day, obviously. So I don't know if that sound is maybe like a sniffle or some kind of a gasp like that, but it could also just be weather, like I said.
I don't think you are in Robeson County. Yeah, the Lumber River State Park. Yeah, that's where I am.
Okay, again, so if we go back to what I said before about her possibly reading the word fair bluff off something, the way that she seems to know where she is there, where she's saying, that's where I am, is that also written down? Or did she just remember it when the operator said it? Or does she actually have something in front of her explaining where she is? Because, she's quite adamant, yes, that's where I am. Was that a memory that was just accessed from hearing it, or does she actually have something in front of her on her phone, or is she in front of some kind of a sign? Just coming back to that observation from earlier where it did sound like she was reading her location of something.
Okay. Tell me what's happened. I'm about to kill myself, and
okay, so the reason that I had to leave that word in there, which I should, under normal circumstances, I would redact, is because I do want you guys to hear how hesitant she is around actually saying that word. And if you go and listen to her Kenya testimony, which we will hear shortly, she's quite comfortable with saying that phrase, where she says, I'm about to myself. She's not really comfortable with saying that word. It upsets her, it alarms her. And that kind of makes me wonder, like, at this point where she's making a call and explaining what she's about to do, and the whole point of making that call is communicating what she wants to do. Do you guys think that she would have made peace with that word by now? Or is it something that is really upsetting because she's confronting it and it's about to happen? I'm not sure. I went and listened to a couple of similar sort of calls, and in most of those cases, those people were desensitized around just saying what they were going to do because they had gotten to a point where it was reality. They were making the call. And I did think it was interesting that she's still uncomfortable about that word and what she is about to do, allegedly. But again, I have no expertise on this. This is just, me putting some observations out there for you guys to make your own conclusions. I thought it was a little odd.
And I'm going to pause that real quick. I thought it was a little odd too.
Yeah.
Again, where's the raspy?
Yeah.
I bring up the AI voice of Kurt Cobain singing Alice in Chains videos coming out recently. Good stuff. Stuff you never thought you would hear. And it's like, dang. And you watch how easy it is to make. They literally just need 30 seconds of somebody talking or singing, and they can duplicate, recreate.
Yeah, exactly.
It's crazy. But
especially
that's
something so distinct. Sorry.
That's why I bring up Kurt Cobain, because the raspy.
Yeah.
You still hear it. I don't hear it. I don't hear it. Especially on words of emphasis, because if you already have a naturally raspy voice, when you add extra emphasis, you're adding extra raspy, so those extra emphasized syllables get extra raspy. I don't hear it. Made a very good point about that. When you're going to say that, it's a different kind. It's like a unsure, like a question almost. It's almost the way that it's spoke is almost like a question being asked.
Yeah. Yeah, and I feel like it shows a being uncomfortable saying it like that is like in my mind, from what I understood, it was like a will to live, like why is that so uncomfortable if it's what you want to be doing? Yeah.
Right. And then that's the reason of you making the call, is to have people know where you're at. So yeah, it doesn't make sense. Here's the link again for the video. Definitely go hit the like, please.
I want my family to know where to find me. Okay, ma'am. Just listen to what I'm saying, okay? Let me make sure I got the exact location where you're at, okay? Just 1 minute.
Okay, so now I'm just going to play some of the clips that I made for you guys that I mentioned earlier. And what these are comparisons of some videos of Micah Miller's, from her social media and stuff. And I've just picked out certain words that are the same or similar to some of the things said in the 911 call, just so that we can listen to it together and see if there is, a commonality in how things are communicated between how she would usually speak and, the 911 call. I know that there's been a lot of controversy around whether it's actually Micah Miller in the call, or whether it's AI, or whether she was sedated, or whether there's nothing unusual about it considering what was happening. I'm kind of inclined to believe that there's something suspicious about the call. And that's why I wanted to make these kinds of clips, just to to show you guys that there is a little bit of an inconsistency in some of the things that are communicated. I'm going to reiterate yet again, I'm not an expert. This is me putting information out for you guys to draw your own conclusions. I know that if it is Micah Miller in this 911 call, she's in a situation that nobody could really understand unless they've been there. So I get that it's not entirely fair of me to try and make these comparisons, but at the same time, there's certain things that I feel are unavoidable when you compare these voices. And that's not only to do with pronunciation or emphasis or just, like verbal habits, but to do with the voice as well, and kind of just to do with sort of nuances in the way that people speak. Now, this is very slight, and if I can get hold of more, video or audio of Micah Miller speaking, that would really help. So if you guys have some stuff to send through, that maybe hasn't been seen, especially if it's got numbers, her reciting any numbers, I would really appreciate it. But this is what I have so far. All right. The first word that I isolated out is Micah Miller saying family.
Family member has, I'm so thankful to God for a strong family.
I just want my family to know where to find me.
So I think as far as that word, family, that's pretty consistent. The pronunciation and just, the way she says it, it sounds the same to me. I think that there is that difference in the voice that people have noticed, especially CJ, if you've watched the discussions that I've had with him on panel where he's discussed, the rasp in her voice. It's noticeable there. It's going to be very noticeable later on in some of the clips that I have at the end here. But for the most part, I think the word family is pretty consistent. All right, what I have next is self. Now, this I think is a big deal, and I did play this for somebody else who noticed it a lot and thought that it jumped out a lot. Is the way that my Camilla would generally pronounce her S sound. She really does emphasize her S's, but not so much in the 911 call. I don't know if it's from being lethargic or, I mean, apparently she did purchase an energy drink beforehand, but I think that there is quite an inconsistency in this. Okay, listen.
For yourself, love your neighbor as yourself. I tried to kill myself.
Kill myself.
Okay, so another thing that I did want to point out here, and you guys let me know if you hear that S sound. I'm going to play it for you again and pay attention to the last two clips where she's saying myself, and she's saying myself in both of those clips. The reason that I'm playing it again for you guys is because from listening to a lot of my Camilla's videos, I'm noticing that she has a bit of an inconsistency in the way she says my. So she can move from saying my to more like ma, that kind of sound where it doesn't really like finish and moves into the next word. And in a lot of her videos, she uses both. In the 911 call, she just says my the whole time. Listen again, and you'll hear the two different ways that she can say myself. And I'm not saying that the myself from the 911 call isn't something that my Camilla would say. It is something that she would say, but she changed it a lot. Even just like in one video, it would move between, but not in the 911 call. All right, let me play it for you guys.
For yourself, love your neighbor as yourself. I tried to kill myself.
Kill myself.
Okay, so I don't know if you can hear what I mean there. There's like a difference in the two my, myself and myself. I'm not sure. I can't get a lot of footage of her saying myself, but like I said, she tends to move between those two pronunciations, so it is actually her consistency to be inconsistent.
And I'm going to pause that real quick. That is great breakdown, and I never noticed that, and that is a huge difference in my opinion.
Yeah.
Just hearing it myself. Very interesting.
Yeah, I mean that stood out for me early on in her videos, that it tends to not be the same. Like she would really use both. It would just flow between them. And the 911 call is just one type of myself, or my.
Right, of course.
Yeah.
But it's a very interesting pickup. But that's the thing. We're creatures of habit. And when it comes to how we talk, we're just like our signature. Our words are a signature as well. And there's certain things or phrases that we might say, or certain clues that maybe might not even be able to be recreated from AI, because there's certain things that you just can't recreate.
Yeah.
Maybe when a person swallows when they're saying certain things, different things like that. Very hard. Even though it's a pretty close duplication, it's not going to be exact, just like your signature. Very good pickup.
Makes sense. But again, the 911 call is just one type of my the whole time. Okay, the next word that I isolated is share.
I just wanted to share that
just did my share on my location.
So I'm not actually noticing too much of a difference there. Again, her voice isn't really the same, but pronunciation, all of that, and the way she says share kind of sounds the same to me. All right. The next thing that I took out is I just want. And I think that this does really show that rasp thing that I mentioned from CJ's panel and those discussions where he was noticing that different sound to her actual voice. So here we go.
I just want to tell you what I just wanted to say. I just want to let you know that I just want my family to know where to find me.
Okay, so I'm going to play it again because I think that the difference in the actual voice is very obvious in this clip.
I just want to tell you what I just wanted to say. I just want to let you know that I just want my family to know where to find me.
Okay. The last one that I took out is reminding and finding me. Hold on.
And reminding me, you know where to find me.
The reason that I isolated this for you guys is because I think that there's a little bit of a difference in the way she would like pronounce the D sound at the end. And that can be, similar to what I said before, that maybe she's like lethargic. I don't know, but that emphasis is actually quite different as well. Let me play it for you again.
And reminding me, you know where to find me.
So it's not like she's saying find, but more like fine. And if you hear how she says remind me, she's quite diligent with enunciating that D there. Listen.
Yeah.
And reminding me, you know where to find me.
As I always say, could be something, could be nothing. I'm not sure. I do think that it sounds different, but I also think that we probably need a bit more. We need to hear more. However, I mean, as I said earlier, I think that there is something suspicious about the 911. I don't think that it's a straightforward thing, but I would really like to know what you guys think as well. So please do let me know, and I really hope that you enjoyed this video and have a beautiful day further. Bye.
Great breakdown. Thank you very much for doing that. Please take a listen again. Where you can rewind it and replay it on certain parts that you want to. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you for playing that.
Yeah, let me get the music going here. Now, I wanted to show you guys some of the GoPro video here. Let me see here. Okay, so let's see, 10. Now, this is me when I walked by. Right here. This is me when I walked by the unit. Oh no, this is Solid Rock. Hold on. Wrong one. Let's see. Sorry, I have so much. I just have a list of a piece of paper with all of them on there. All right, there we go. This is right outside, okay? So we drove through a little bit ago. We drove through that spot right up there, okay? So I wanted to give you guys like a walk by of it. Now we can't get in there because see the gate right over there. So this is where you guys saw the video of her going to the condo or whatever, the apartment, condo, whatever you call it in your region. This heavily gated. It looked awesome. I mean, it was very secure. As soon as you got in, you literally, had to like wait for the gate and all that. Beautiful place. And it's right next to the highway too.
We can't get in there, okay? But
yeah, I couldn't get in there. That's why I decided to kind of do a walk by the area, show you both sides.
We're over here on the sidewalk. We're on public property. So this is a glimpse. See, it's like a courtyard in the middle. There's all of these units here. You can see all these different units. Very beautiful area. I mean, you look up and down the street there. Very beautiful. Palmetto trees going up and down. It's beautiful. Very beautiful.
Nice and peaceful.
So you can see how just a really beautiful area here. They're like, there's just different units there. There's like a store.
So there's a whole bunch of units that kind of spread that area. You just couldn't get in. You have to have gate access, or you have to buzz in as a visitor and then give them who you're going to look for or going to visit. Now this is right there at the pawn shop that Micah went to.
There's the corner. Osceola Street, Mr. Joe White Avenue. You see it right there. Okay. Then you got the parking lot right here. You got the title loan entrance. You see the Dick's Pawn Superstore over there. Here's
just
the
a little spot
to the place, to the parking lot. It actually fills up the whole parking lot. See, you can see the Dick's Superstore right there.
So there's that. Now, this is the video I wanted to show you when it came to that gas and grocery. Now, this is me pulling up. That's all it is. Like, that's all it is. And I'll show you a different view from the outside of the vehicle. It's just this little teeny thing. You're driving down the road. It's like country. And then you come up to this. Just a little teeny thing. Just a little teeny thing. Let's see here. So here's this one.
It's like a little shack right outside. You got all that right there. It's like
41 Grocery and Grill. It's just something teeny. It's like what, I don't know.
right outside. You got all that right
To
there.
like that's your gas? Like what makes you, I don't know. There's a reason. There's a reason. There's a reason. That reason, I don't know. There's a reason.
There has to be. Yeah.
Let me see here. Let me share this. Now, 901. Now I'm going to mute this one because this is the wind driving by. This was that hotel that had crime scene tape all over it. Coming up here. Crime scene tape. All around that damn thing. And look, it goes back even to the house. You can see it at the beginning of the house too. See that crime scene tape in the middle of the screen? There's crime scene tape going around that house too. See it flapping? Then there's some people there. I don't know what they're doing. And there's more crime scene tape around the hotel. It was like, what?
Yeah.
Now, here is that ghost town Fair Bluff. So we're in Fair Bluff, right? Fair Bluff, okay? Check this out. I drove by. I was like, I ain't never seen this in my life. Look at this. Empty. Boarded up. The whole road. So apparently this town was wiped out from a hurricane. Hurricane Matthew, I think somebody said.
Yeah.
Look at this. It's all empty.
2016 or something?
Look at that. Freaking empty. 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 Fair Bluff. Empty. Yeah, you might not be able to see it because of the reflection.
There's even birds at Fair Bluff.
Huh?
The birds that we can't hear in the 911 call, you can even hear them here in Fair Bluff. It doesn't have to be a national park. It's just the area, everywhere.
It's America. The birds are chirping here. Like,
oh, okay, they chirp everywhere there.
yeah, right now they're chirping everywhere. Trust me, because things are happening. Things are happening over here with nature.
Look at this.
Yeah, you can hear all the birds.
Straight empty. Can you see it? There we go. What the heck? That's like totally empty. Not even, it don't even have a roof. The clock don't even work anymore.
Stuck on 10 o'clock. It's always 10:45 in Fair Bluff.
Oh my gosh, wait till we get to the... Look at that. There's like straight glass. I mean, what the hell? Look at this.
Birds.
This is crazy. You see all the empty, like there's no roofs, there's no windows, there's parts of the front missing. Fair Bluff, United States Post Office. Freshly painted roads. Ugh.
All those birds. Yeah, the post office is still open.
Oh my gosh. That's so sad. Look at this. This little, like, bench in between area.
That's why I love taking the GoPro for you guys too, because you don't get this clarity on a live stream. Audio wise too.
Oh, it used to be a waterfall.
It's always 5 o'clock somewhere.
Now there's a gas station down there, a church, visitor center, Lumber River Visitor Center.
A visitor center. Eeh.
Wait till you see this. This is crazy.
Exactly right, Johnny. She would have picked a lot of other places. You're exactly right, Johnny. That's why Lombard River State Park doesn't make sense. That's why I'm going back. But I just wanted to get a little bit of footage on this trip of the route Micah took, so that way I could show you guys a little bit of what I'm talking about before I could really go explore.
Columbus County Department of Aging. So there was a flood here? A hurricane? Look at... This is crazy. It's like... Look at this. It's like missing roofs and... Oh, broken glass. Hello? A board just covering this. Man, it like just fell up.
It was crazy to see. Some stores were just left like they ran out. I don't know.
Mikey Mike's computers. Man, lights just hanging down. What the heck? Whoa.
Look at this.
Whoa, this thing was just... That thing was just busted through. All the way through.
All the way to the back. Just busted open.
Is this a frickin' ghost town or what? Somebody shot through that one. What the fuck?
And this is the main street. This is where businesses... Those are the last ones to go.
I mean, look
Main
at that.
Street.
That's a cool little bench. What did this used to be? What did this used to be? It doesn't say. What the heck? The whole damn roof caved in. I'm in Fair Bluff. I was driving by and I'm looking at all these stores and it's like, holy, this is a ghost town.
Yeah.
It's a freaking ghost town.
Frozen in time. It was so crazy. This is minutes before Lumber River
Fair
State
Bluff.
Park. Minutes before Lumber River State Park. And then here's a video of me going inside the state park, I believe. Because we lost connection. Oh,
Heading to the opposite
this is where you park at. Okay.
observation deck. This is Lumber.
That's where you park
River.
at. That's what's all kind of right there for you. and then you kind of have to go up to the trails to get to the observation deck. So this is where you park. There are some other parking lots up there closer to the office too.
State Park here.
This is what you would hear in the background of a 911 call if it was taking place at Lombard River State Park. This is what you would hear in the background. Maybe not the plane. And again, another video to show you guys. Same thing. Same thing. Whether you're in the parking lot or out in the trails. When you're out in the trails, you can hear the birds even clearer. Focus from wind to birds to any other kind of noise, even me walking. The birds. Constant. Birds. Birds, 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 birds. The 3 signs again. Birds, 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 birds. None of it makes sense. Route. Audio.
Yeah.
Let me see here. I want to play this video. This is from Law and Crime Network. This came out, I think it was last night. I want to play this for you guys real quick. This is the 10 haunting details about Mr. Mister that's being revealed. By the ex-wife, right? We've heard some stuff going on with that. We were at this press conference. They're going to play a little clip of the press conference. We were there. Like I said, this lady did an amazing job. Was a powerful speech. Just an amazing amount of emotion behind the words. You could tell that she was really passionate about what she was saying, and she really meant it. There was no fake shit there. It was nothing but real. So we're going to check that out real quick. This is a Law and Crime episode on the 10 haunting details.
Belongs to Micah, and that's
Sorry, I thought it was already sharing.
what is part of the question here is what part of the marital estate belongs to Micah, and that's what we've got to get to next.
We are learning brand new allegations regarding a South Carolina pastor accused of pushing his wife to take her own life. We got our hands on court documents filed by John Paul Miller's ex-wife that may give insight into what his relationship was like with Micah Miller in the last parts of her life. Plus, we learned what will happen to evidence from the scene as her family faces off with her husband. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Hey, everybody, this is a Law and Crime legal alert. Google Incognito tracked users' browsing data without their knowledge. Yep, well, Mass Tort Alliance, one of our legal sponsors, is actually helping users file for compensation due to Google users' privacy issues surrounding Google Incognito. Less than 10 questions at incognitoclaims.com/sidebar. We have been closely following the story of Micah Miller here on Sidebar. This is the 30-year-old woman who is married to John Paul Miller, a pastor at Solid Rock Church in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And out of the blue, back in April, John Paul Miller announced during a sermon that Micah was dead. He said that she had taken her life at a state park in North Carolina. And Micah, we know, was seen on security video purchasing a gun at a pawn shop before she drove to Lumber River State Park, where she was found dead. There is even a very chilling 911 phone call that was released where you hear Micah telling dispatch that she is going to kill herself and wants her family to know where to find her. The medical examiner eventually ruled Micah's death a suicide, self-inflicted gunshot wound. But after the news broke of Micah's death, her family and friends seemingly were immediately suspicious. Friends, family, they alleged that John Paul, who is 14 years older than Micah, they alleged that he groomed her from the time that she was a teenager and he was a youth pastor. They also claimed that John Paul was abusive toward Micah. And in fact, Micah had posted on her social media in the weeks before her death, offering her support to victims.
So you don't have to stay in a abusive relationship, whether that's sexual, whether that's somebody forcing you to take illegal drugs or alcohol abuse or physical abuse, psychological abuse, making you think that this is all your fault, or you're a bad mom, or you're a bad wife, or you're a bad husband, or you're not giving it your all when you know you are. God hates divorce, but why? According to everybody I've asked and the scriptures that I've found, it's because it hurts people. But does abuse hurt people? How do you think God feels about that?
That video is from March of this year. Micah took her own life in April. John Paul and his father, though, and we have to be clear about this, they have both maintained that Micah suffered from severe mental health issues and she may not have been taking her medication. It should also be noted that evidence supports that he wasn't even in North Carolina when Micah died. And to be clear, he has not been criminally charged with anything in connection with Micah's death, and there is nothing to indicate that he is being investigated in connection with Micah's death. But we are now getting a better idea of what life may have been like in the Miller household over the last year or so, thanks to something that we weren't quite expecting. Documents filed in family court by John Paul's ex-wife, Allison Williams. So we're going to take a closer look at those. At the end of May, Williams filed a verified complaint in support of a request to modify custody, child support, and alimony. And we learned from these filings that Allison and John Paul were married for 16 years and share 4 children together. 2 of those children are now emancipated, according to court records, and 2 are still minors. The divorce was finalized in October of 2015. But according to the final legal agreement, the parents shared joint custody of their children, with Allison being the primary custodial parent. The kids lived with Allison and would have visits with John Paul. Now, the first claim listed in this filing is for modification of child custody. That final divorce order stated that any sort of changes requested on either side would have to go to mediation first. But this complaint from May states, quote, that plaintiff asserts that based upon the exigent circumstances that currently exist and the possible imminent danger and harm that could be caused to the minor children, it is not in their best interest to delay these matters from being addressed by the court on an expedited basis, and good cause exists for the court to waive this requirement. It continues, plaintiff alleges that since the entry of the party's prior final order, defendant has exhibited increasingly unstable behaviors, failed to provide a safe and stable environment for the minor children during his periods of visitation, and has exposed and involved the minor children in incidents of domestic dispute and discord, which have been traumatic to the minor children and not in their best interest. It appears as though defendant's mental health has increasingly deteriorated, and he has exhibited behavioral patterns that are erratic and irrational. At times, he has foregone his designated periods of visitation based upon his own assertions of not being mentally well enough for the children to be in his care. Wow. So for these and other reasons, Allison is requesting that the court grant her sole custody of the 2 minor children. Now, John Paul had told people that it was Micah's mental health that was suffering, and perhaps it was, but according to Allison Williams here, it seems that he was also struggling. At least that's what she's claiming. And then from there, the affidavit takes a turn. It says, quote, plaintiff further alleges that based upon information and belief that since the entry of the party's prior final order, Despite his representations otherwise, defendant has failed to seek treatment for his deviant sexual addictions and behaviors, which he admittedly confessed to both plaintiff and former elders of his church. Based upon information and belief, defendant has continued to engage in deviant sexual behaviors and has exposed the party's children to an immoral and unsafe environment. Wow. Deviant sexual addictions and behaviors?
I'm going to pause it right there. What the flying fuck? What the flying fuck? Deviant children. What the fuck? Right, Katrina? Yep. Like, I just spit out my fucking orange juice? Oh, boy. Again, and not even that anybody is a suspect, because that has not been said either. So there's two parts to this. One deals with suspects, and the other part deals with all views, opinions, and comments made on this podcast should be considered speculation unless there's documentation. See how that works?
References a separate document that goes into more detail, and we're going to get to that in a moment, but wow. The affidavit then talks about Micah, who Allison says was having an affair with John Paul while he was still married, and I'm going to get into that a little bit more too. But it says, quote, the current wife of defendant Micah Miller was recently found deceased, tragic facts and circumstances of which have become a major focus of social media, local and national news. Against the objections of the plaintiff, the defendant has discussed this matter with the children. Plaintiff further alleges that prior to the death of Micah Miller, she confided in plaintiff, sharing intimate details regarding the behaviors of the defendant and concerns regarding the safety of the minor children while in the care of the defendant. Plaintiff contends that until the time of Micah Miller's death, she provided a safety net for the children during their periods of visitation with defendant, and based upon her recent tragic death, that is no longer possible. So Allison asked the court to require John Paul to undergo a full and complete psychological and parental fitness evaluation. And until then, she wants his visitation rights suspended. These are very serious allegations, by the way. Now, in her second claim, Allison requests a guardian ad litem to be appointed. And generally, a guardian ad litem is somebody who's appointed by the court to represent the interests of someone who can't do it on their own. So she's asking for a guardian ad litem to be appointed to investigate what would be best for the kids here. Now, the third cause of action, the third claim, asks for or seeks a modification of alimony and child support, saying that there has been a substantial change of circumstances, namely that John Paul is now making more money. And she's also asking for a restraining order. So essentially, he can't talk bad about her to the kids or discuss any of these legal cases to them. I mean, she mentioned how traumatic this is. And also, interestingly, she apparently wants to stop John Paul from allowing the kids to talk with his father, their grandfather, Reginald Wayne Miller, who we've talked about on previous sidebars. Remember, he told the media that Micah was a very, very sick young woman. So it's interesting that, you know, she doesn't want these kids exposed to him. So that's a lot to digest, but we're not done, because in the accompanying affidavit that Allison Williams submits, there's even more. At the beginning of the affidavit, Allison says, quote, I have a voluminous amount of evidence to support the concerns and allegations contained in my verified complaint in motion. However, until such time as proper safety measures are in place, I am strictly limiting the amount of information shared in this affidavit and provided to the court. She states that in 2015, JP was the pastor of Solid Rock Ministries, and I served as his assistant to pastoral duties. We separated after I learned JP was having an adulterous affair with our former nanny, Micah Miller, who joined our church at the age of 15, was married to JP's best friend, who was also on the church staff and serving as our church worship leader at the time of the affair. JP told me that in addition to his affair with Micah, he'd employed prostitutes and been sexually inappropriate with several underage female members of our church. He blamed his immoral sexual behaviors on the sexual abuse he experienced for years by his father, Wayne Miller. The church requested that JP enroll in an extensive sexual addiction program. However, despite him promising that he would, to my knowledge, that never happened. By the way, that adds to the idea of why she is advocating that the kids not be exposed to JP's father. I mean, that is a very serious allegation against him. But the filing goes on to state, quote, after JP informed me that he had been inappropriate with minor female members of our church and disclosed to me the identity of these girls, I immediately contacted them to encourage them to come forward. Although each shared with me detailed accounts of what JP did to them, they were too scared of JP to make a police report or testify in court. When I learned they were too fearful to report JP, I went to the police department for the purpose of making a report and requesting an investigation. However, I was in essence told by police officials that nobody would believe me because JP was a well-known pastor and we were in the middle of a divorce. Following my divorce from JP, he married his then paramour, Micah Miller. Prior to my knowledge of this sexual relationship with Micah during our marriage, both she and her husband at the time, Jeremy, became very close to my family. Micah did not have a close relationship with her mother, and to some degree, I took her under my wing as an older daughter. So that might explain or might help to explain why Micah would have felt comfortable confiding in Allison about any alleged abuse she may have been suffering or any irrational behavior on John Paul's part. Again, these are just allegations, but I have to make that point. The affidavit continues, quote, JP and Micah began having severe marital difficulties, and our children were placed directly in the middle of this discord. JP would preach sermons on the Sundays our children were with him and present in the congregation, disparaging Micah and indicating she had mental health issues and eventually putting her in a mental hospital. The children were subjected to JP calling Micah crazy one day, and then her being back in the home at their next visit with their father assuring them she was fine. They never knew what to expect, and the intense unpredictability and marital discord between JP and Micah negatively impacted them all. On one occasion, while picking up our daughter, I observed holes in their walls, hinges off the doors, and pieces of paper taped to the wall with negative affirmations about Micah.
What the hell? Pieces of paper taped on the wall with negative affirmations about Micah. And this is the ex. What the hell? And he has a statement saying, everything will come to light soon of everything I've been going through. Bro. There's a thing called manifest destiny, and it sounds like that's what the fuck you were about, man, if you're blaming other... What?
JP told me and our children that Micah was delusional and speaking different languages and seeing things that were not there. JP agreed it was not safe for our children to be in his home. So at this point, Allison says the kids stopped staying overnight and instead would just spend a few hours at a time with John Paul, and he would then take them back to Allison's.
Wow.
And then you gotta hear this. Quote, JP began spending time with his new paramour, Susie, who is the mother of one of the boys that plays on our son's soccer team. JP began using our son to facilitate times he could spend with Susie, which our children were well aware of. Their friends talked about it, and it caused them a tremendous amount of embarrassment. When I learned JP was exposing our children to yet another one of his adulterous affairs, I confronted JP and Susie and told them not to let it happen again. JP called me the day Susie's husband died in an alleged drowning accident, extremely upset and asking me to pray, which was incredibly bizarre. Based upon information and belief, just 2 weeks prior to this incident, Susie's husband had confronted JP and asked him to leave his wife and children alone. It's chilling to know that the spouses of both Susie and JP are dead from tragic events. What exactly is she saying there? Now, before we get to this next part of the affidavit, a little bit of background. So our court research and reporting indicates that in 1998, Miller was charged in South Carolina with assault and battery of a high and aggravated nature, which is currently defined as when someone unlawfully injures another person and great bodily injury to another person results, or the act is accomplished by means likely to produce death or great bodily injury. Now, he ended up pleading guilty in 1999. He was sentenced to 500 hours of community service, and he was put on probation. His 4-year prison sentence was suspended. But then in 2022, South Carolina court records indicate that Miller was pardoned for that assault and battery case. And that is what Allison talks about next. Quote, he informed me, meaning John Paul informed me, that he was getting into buying guns and shooting, and he had purchased a gun safe for his home. As a convicted felon, he is not allowed to have weapons. However, he managed to get a police chief from the church to assist with expunging his record. Further, he was given a special police badge that says pastor to utilize it if he ever gets pulled over, so they'll let him go. Allison says, quote, I was married to JP for 16 years. Although my story and what I lived through with JP is different in some ways, many of the details shared with me by Micah are so similar to my own experiences with JP that I know she was being truthful. Based upon information and belief, JP's mental health and deviant sexual addictions have only worsened since the time we were married, and I do not believe our children are safe in this care. Wow. So with that, here's the question. Why does all this matter? Well, aside from the fact that this, of course, matters for the lives of Allison Williams and the couple's children, this matters in terms of the Micah story because we are trying to understand what the possible dynamic was between Micah and John Paul. There have been allegations that even if he didn't pull the trigger, John Paul is somehow responsible for what happened to her, responsible for her mental state. Now, to be clear, these are just allegations from Williams. We cannot verify all of these details. This is one-sided. And by the way, even if some of this is true with respect to what Williams experienced, we don't know exactly if this is what Micah experienced. But there is another reason this is all important. One, the fact that in South Carolina, my understanding is there is no statute of limitation on criminal cases. Prosecutors can bring cases for all different sorts of crimes at any point in time if the evidence is there. That's my understanding of South Carolina law. And a lot of what was just alleged could potentially be criminal conduct. So is it possible John Paul could be brought up on charges? It's a question I have to ask. But remember, he's innocent until proven guilty. He's not been charged with anything. But all of this from Miss Williams is also important in terms of an ongoing legal battle. What do I mean? Micah's sister, Sierra Francis, who we've spoke to previously on an episode of Sidebar, was appointed to represent Micah and her estate. And on Wednesday, her attorney met with John Paul's attorney as they tried to resolve issues over what Micah left behind. And during a news conference afterwards, family attorney Regina Ward gave an update.
We were prepared today to bring forward our client's affidavit, as well as other supporting affidavits, as well as I'm sure that Mr. Miller and his attorney were too. However, under the circumstances, we've decided to enter into this agreement. One of the primary issues that we were seeking a court order from the judge is possession of Micah's personal property that's being held in the possession of Robeson County Sheriff's Department. That property will be released from the Robeson County Sheriff's Department, or if they've put that property with somebody else, another investigative authority. When all authorities are finished with that property and have no use, no longer any use for it, in other words, they've finished up whatever investigations or whatever they need that property for, then that property is going to be turned over to my office. It will not be released to Mr. Miller. And that does not mean that he doesn't have the right to see what's on a cell phone, which we're all interested in looking at. We also don't know what else may have been in the purse or the wallet or anything like that. His lawyer would be able to ask us about having access to it too. But right now, we are very satisfied and happy that he has been advised by his attorney to allow us to get that property in our possession.
Ward also explained that there were restraining orders in place on both sides.
In this particular case, the restraining order basically is saying that the parties are mutually restrained from contacting the other, that all communications will be handled through the attorney's offices. So there's no need for any direct communication. We're also under a mutual restraint to not go into the area of a person's residence or where they work. And if they do, they're to return and leave if the other person is there. So whoever is there first gets to stay, and the other one needs to return, turn around and leave. Well, everyone is also restrained from making any, threatening, any physical harm or anything like that. By us entering into these restraining orders, please do not misconstrue. That does not mean specifically that someone has already done these types of behaviors. These are formalities that are put into place to protect all parties prior to anything like that happen. So we have not, let me make it clear, not had any problems with Mr. Miller trying to contact anybody or anybody trying to violate any of these terms. These are put into place as a formality on the front end for the protection of all parties involved. It also makes clear what the boundaries are. And then if anyone violates what's written in this court order, they'll have an opportunity to file a contempt action or a rule to show cause. No one goes to jail on site for violating this particular type of restraining order.
And it also seems that the family is pushing new legislation. According to Ward, they are looking to pass something called Micah's Law, aka the Coercive Control Bill, which, according to Ward, has been sitting dormant since 2020. And she claims the law would address patterns of domination, intimidation, manipulation in relationships that don't just manifest through physical violence. But again, John Paul Miller hasn't been found guilty. He hasn't been found liable with respect to any of these allegations. So not sure that title, Micah's Law, would necessarily work if this legislation does in fact move forward. Now, look, we are going to continue to follow the Micah Miller story.
And that's a good point too, when it comes to the name. So I'm going to go ahead. We're going to go ahead and end the show. I am going to be back tonight. We're going to be doing a night show. We're going to be going more into Micah Miller's case. We're going to watch the conversation with JB on Tony on TikTok. Tony on TikTok also talked to Tom Savard, which is the same gentleman of the conversation that we played that I talked to earlier at the protest. We'll be listening to a conversation he had also with Tony on TikTok. Micah's family spoke out. They talked to JLR. Shout out to JLR as well. And we'll be going into also the sister talked to Fitz News. So we'll be going into that tonight as well. So we're going to have a lot more stuff to go into tonight. I'm going to take a little bit of break, handle some more life admin, and then I will be back. We'll have a late, I'll probably do like 7 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Eastern. And we'll hang out tonight, maybe 6:30. Maybe I'll just keep it at the normal time we always usually do in the evening. Yeah, I'll just set it. I'll set the notification after the show's over, so look for that notification to come out. Also, thank you again, Rosie, for breaking down that 911 call. It was very awesome. Definitely go check out True Crime Overtime with Rosie if you haven't, and check out that 911 call video. Great breakdown of it. Also, I want to say shout out to the Angels. Crazy stuff when it comes to how you can easily be tracked, your every movement, just based off of a glistening thing that you would probably not even wait to put on some kind of jewelry. Be careful with that. Crazy. And also, if you missed us covering that little, amazing piece of paper, the quality of paper, like Constitution paper, but definitely check out the intro, because there's a special message for that C&D that was sent to this this mailbox. So check that out, and I might even put out a little highlight video for that, because it's basically, that's just me telling everybody, Daddy Dearest's wish is my command. And it already had started that way anyway, but I will oblige, because I'm definitely not about putting effort somewhere where somebody doesn't want me to, when we have these beautiful people like Gina and Tom and all these other people that are so supportive of everything that we're doing over here. So shout out to them, and thank you for your support and your trust and your companionship, and just understanding what it really is about. It's about Micah. It's about these people that we talk about, and that's the main thing. So thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. I know some of you might not have got a notification. The one tonight you should be. I'm just going to go ahead and set it for 6:30 p.m. Central, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Look for me to be back on tonight. We'll be going through all that other stuff. If there is anything you do want me to go over, hit these links here and send it to me, and we will check it out tonight. And thank you, Rosie. Appreciate you. Y'all have a beautiful afternoon. You have a beautiful evening over there.
Thank you.
We will see you all soon. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Good night, everyone.